games. One standout is a Pinocchio parody mission that gives us genuinely emotional storytelling. A father's journey to save his son.
Whatever sorcery this may be, I will never stop trying to rescue my Nico. I'm coming, son! Hold on!
It hit harder than I expected, and I found myself surprisingly attached to the characters. Another great addition is the variety the classes bring. At a certain point, you unlock dual class specs, which let you fully customize your characters to match your playstyle. I went full minion build with Graveborn/Spore Warden combo, and there's plenty of equipment that adds points to each spec, allowing even deeper character customization. On top of that, the game finally introduces a Borderlands first character creation system, letting you truly make the character your own. That level of ownership is something I've always wished for in the series, and it makes every moment feel personal. Honestly, any opportunity to create a character I can call mine is something I absolutely love. Unfortunately, there is no story DLC for this game and only dungeon packs for the endgame Chaos Chambers.
He's unkillable.
There's a rare curse upon his crew. It's known as plot armor. I know it well, for it be the same curse I bear. We'll be needing more than guns and ships to defeat him.
So one of the first things that come to mind about what I didn't like about the game was the loot. Especially the weapons was a major letdown. Early
the weapons were boring.
The guns just weren't hitting like
they weren't
doing Borderlands
good.
games. Most of the weapons felt bare bones and uninspired. A friend told me they'd get
Borderlands 2 was the best
game. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. The guns lacked the punch or unique flair that the franchise is known for. Maybe it was to fit the fantasy setting, but by the end, I didn't enjoy any of my weapons. Another issue was the random encounters. Sure, it fits the D&D inspired theme, but they often felt disruptive, throwing me into areas to fight creatures for subpar loot. Most of the time, it just wasn't worth the hassle and interrupted the flow of the game. At first, I loved the setting and different locales, but by the end, the fantasy theme wore on me. The variety of creatures and monsters was interesting, but I found myself missing the human and psycho enemies I was used to fighting in previous Borderlands games. Finally, the endgame was disappointing. Essentially, it's a roguelike mode called Chaos Chambers, where you fight waves of monsters in an arena until you reach a boss. Where were the raids, the story-driven content? Instead, it was just a repeatable grind to farm equipment, and I never found it engaging.
Yeah, I didn't find it engaging either. I was like, the end game is like, if you need to keep playing the game, you can, you know. Is there a new game plus? No, it's the Chaos Chambers.
Would I recommend this game? This entry is a major departure from what we usually expect from Borderlands. The setting, the weapons, the classes, and even the story feel fresh and different, even if I have my gripes with some of them. It's a bold take that shakes up the formula in a lot of ways. I think this game will especially resonate with people who felt a little burnt out on the franchise and were looking for something new to reinvigorate the experience. I personally enjoyed my time with it, but honestly, I don't see myself replaying
it again, and that's the problem.
That said, I still recommend giving it a go, at least once. It does so many things different that it feels like a refreshing twist on the Borderlands formula, offering a unique experience that's worth checking out.
No. We are making all new characters. This is the newbies' first game, and I'm gonna make sure it's an adventure they'll never forget.
You ready, newbie?
Time for character sheets, baby!
It had a whimsy to it, yeah. Stop it. Oh, come on now. Stop it. Now, what happened here? You took my video away completely. Go back, you worthless piece of shit software developer. Look at how bad you sidetracked this. It's fucking insane.
Yeah. Was that you?
Idiot. Fucking idiot. Uh-oh.
Alright, Ball Hunters, it's finally happening. Yes, Borderlands 4 is on the horizon, and there's only a few lucky people in the world that have actually played quite a bit of the game, including every playable Vault Hunter. They've also had the chance to explore the open world and battle it out against some of the game's bosses. Also, by the way, this video has no story spoilers, so you don't have to worry about that. But there are some concerns we have to talk about in this video about Borderlands 4. There's some worries about the game's overall performance. Yes, we're dealing with yet another another Unreal Engine 5 release.
Oh,
boy.
really?
Also, loot tables have been adjusted big time, but will this destroy the magic of discovery? And does the in-game really hold up? And will the post-launch content be enough to keep this game going for years? And
no,
will we
the answer is
eventually
no.
see this game
Not at all.
evolve into what many considered to be the terrible humor from Borderlands 3. Also, how many hours is the main story campaign going to take to complete?
I
That's
can't
always a
do
big
anything.
question. And there's also one big feature that doesn't get enough discussion here, and I really think it's going to surprise a lot of you guys. Well, we've got a lot to talk about, so let's dive in. Also, I'm doing a very big Borderlands 4 giveaway, so for a chance to win a copy of the game, follow that link in the top pinned comment. All right, so I say we dive straight into this one. Now, I promise no story spoilers, but we do need some background info to get some context about what we're going to be talking about coming up here. But yeah, just the gist of it, Borderlands 4 does take place on a prison planet known as Kairos, which was devastated 6 years ago by a moon that smashed into it, destroying its protective barriers. Now, the story itself centers around the ruthless timekeeper, a dictator who controls the populace with cybernetic implants, and the player's role, that's you, as a vault hunter, will be to lead a resistance. Now, along the way, we'll be encountering a cast of returning fan favorites and new characters, but we've only seen a slice of the story so far, and the big question is if the story itself can maintain a compelling narrative over the full 30-plus hour campaign and not enter into that meme humor of Borderlands 3. Now, the involvement of some of the old cast is awesome, but it also needs to be meaningful, so hopefully they can really build something new and fresh here for Borderlands 4. But overall, from what we're hearing from player impressions so far, it's feeling a lot better in terms of the writing and the humor as opposed to Borderlands 3, so at the very least, that's good news. All right, so now we got to talk about this brand new, beautiful open world and what you can actually do in this playground and how it stands out against the previous entries in Borderlands.
There, that's better.
So, yeah,
75 is
gameplay-wise,
perfect.
The big new playground is the planet Kairos, of course, and this isn't just another Borderlands map. It's the series' first true, seamless open world. That means no more loading screens between zones. You can literally ride across the deserts into alien forests seamlessly, scale cliffs into ruined cities, and drop into cosmic horror vault dungeons without ever seeing a loading bar. But again, this is running on Unreal Engine 5, and the big question is, will it hold up? Now, first impressions are that there are some stutters as you venture through this open world, and that's the big concern. However, some early playtesters were told that a lot of this stuff would be addressed with a day one patch, but only time will tell with this sort of thing. Crossing our fingers that Unreal Engine 5 can actually hold up for once and we don't have a ton of stutters. We shall see. You guys know how Unreal Engine 5 has been running on a lot of game releases lately. But anyway, back to the details about Kairos, this new open world. It does look beautiful. Kairos has 4 distinct, seamlessly connected regions that you can explore. We've got the rolling hills of Fade Fields, the frigid peaks of Terminus Range, and the shattered lands of Carcadia Burn, and finally, the Dominion, the Timekeeper's impenetrable fortress city. So yeah, obviously there's a wide variety here, despite this being a seamless open world. It didn't seem like it limited the art team whatsoever, so that's great news. We're seeing a lot of variety here in the open world. So yeah, there's a wide variety on offer here, and considering this is a seamless open world, it seems like they've done an excellent job with making sure it has diversified biomes. Now we got to talk about traversal. Now it has been completely modernized. Every vault hunter has now access to mantling, wall climbing, double jumping, gliding, and grappling to environmental points. Add in the DigiRunner hoverbike, fast, customizable, and combat ready, and exploring Kairos is faster, smoother, and more vertical than ever before. But what makes Kairos feel alive are the dynamic world events. So while exploring, you might be stumbling upon faction skirmishes between rebel survivors and order troops, roaming mini-bosses that drop rare loot, randomized vault silo takeovers, which once captured, unlock fast travel points, and even offer vault key fragments, emergent weather like acid rain, or electromagnetic storms that change how firefights play out. That's the one I'm really excited about, but there are some concerns about pacing and identity when it comes to the actual gameplay mechanics to traversal. And there's only a few critics, really, a minority, that really pointed towards this as a potential problem. But there's a very big majority of the people that have played the game so far that are leaning into this as a positive, that the movement system is amazing, especially when you head into those boss battles. These boss mechanics have platforms that disappear, and there's almost like the floor is lava type moments where you really do have to utilize these movement systems no matter what. It makes it fresh and engaging, especially when you are playing cooperatively. And outside of the boss battles, it looks like the open world was truly designed from the very beginning with the traversal mechanics in mind. And this is actually super important because we've seen it reversed, and that does not feel good. So it looks like this game really has tapped into traversal mechanics in all the right ways, at least from what we have seen so far. And yes, this is a proper Borderlands game, so we have got to talk about loot. So guns are still randomly generated, but now they're built from weapon licenses and parts systems. So each manufacturer has licenses that change how weapons behave. So for example, a Maliwan pistol might now have an alternate fire mod you didn't expect, or a Jacob's rifle could fire explosive rounds if it's built with the right parts. There's also firmware, a new gear mechanic. Now firmware is like a set bonus that you can transfer once to another weapon, so if you get a sick firmware effect, you can move it over to your favorite gun and keep using it deeper into the grind. And they're also adding what's called ordnance throwables that aren't just grenades. Think deployable turrets, drones, and gadgets that make your loadout feel way more tactical. Basically, your whole arsenal is more customizable now. Plus, get this, pearlescent weapons, the ultra rare tier above legendary, are officially coming back, though those are going to be post-launch. More on that later in the video. But we got to break down the stars of this show, the new Vault Hunters themselves. Gearbox has introduced 4 new, fresh characters this go around, each designed to feel distinct in both personality and playstyle. So first up, we got Vex, the Dark Siren. Now Vex summons spectral minions, ghostly reapers, floating specters, and even her giant spectral cat, Trouble. Her big trait is Phase Covenant, which changes her abilities to match the element of the gun she's holding. So if she's holding a fire gun, you get fire skills, shotgun, shock powers, and so on and so forth. Now her action skills include Incarnate, Full Hill, Movement Buff, and a ranged Eldritch Blast. Now Phase Familiar summons Trouble to claw enemies and fight as a temporary badass minion, one of my favorite abilities for Vex. And Spectral Clone presents a scythe-wielding echo of herself, perfect for players who love hybrid builds, minion mastery, and flexible elemental damage. Next up, we got Rafa, the Exo Soldier. Rafa's an ex-Theodore Enforcer who defected, still armed with his exosuit frame. He can digi-struck weapons mid-fight, summon deadly arc knives, and occasionally even switch to third-person animations for brutal executions. His kit screams aggressive brawler, high DPS, durable armor, and relentless mobility. If you loved characters like Salvador from Borderlands 2 or Moze from Borderlands 3, Rafa is gonna be your top pick. Pure power fantasy here. And then we got Harlow, who's known as the Gravatar, a scientist who weaponized gravity. She controls the battlefield by suspending enemies in gravity bubbles, slamming them into the ground, or chaining them into explosive AoE combos. Now imagine Maya's phase lock, but dialed up with Maliwan-style gadgetry and physics-based crowd control. Harlow is going to be your top pick if you want to dominate groups, lock down bosses, and create absolute chaos in multiplayer. But we cannot forget the Forge Knight Amon, a tragic cult survivor turned weaponized juggernaut. Amon uses his curse powers to forge weapons, hammers, axes, or even energy whips. He's also able to summon drones called Forge Constructs to support him in battle. Amon's all about raw melee dominance mixed with elemental enhancements, making him a tanky frontline fighter with surprising versatility. And also post-launch, we're going to be getting a 5th Vault Hunter, more on that in a moment, but each Vault Hunter has 3 distinct action skills, unique augments, and deeper skill trees built for in-game synergy. Add in the firmware system and the ordnance slot, and the build potential here feels way richer than Borderlands 3. Now, when Borderlands 4 was initially revealed, there was quite a divisive reaction to the actual look of the new Vault Hunters, some saying that they're completely bland, and others really defended that these look like really badass Vault Hunters. I want to know what you guys think of the Vault Hunters, but the really good news is the actual customization here is going to be very, very extensive. And by the way, you earn these cosmetics as rewards for completing missions. They're going to be drops throughout the world and so on. So it really does encourage you to to get out there in the open world, explore it, and you will be rewarded in return. You'll be able to personalize each Vault Hunter with new heads, bodies, and skins, alongside, of course, customizing your weapons and vehicles, but you can also customize your robot companion, Echo 4, as well. And yes, you'll get additional rewards by signing up to the Shift program, just like you know from previous Borderlands entries. But from what they have shown here from some of the teases regarding character customization, overall it looks really impressive, and in the long term they plan to support cosmetics through post-launch by adding even more. So yeah, now we got to talk about that in-game and replayability, because this is where the game is going to live or die in the long term. So yeah, this is where Borderlands sometimes gets a little bit shaky with the in-game. Now, Borderlands 3 had Mayhem mode, which some loved and others found to be too grindy. Borderlands 4 is trying to solve this problem through a revamped Ultimate Vault Hunter mode right at launch. It's going to be split into 5 escalating difficulty tiers with mission-based challenges that keep you from just steamrolling. So yeah, once you finish the main campaign, you do unlock this mode, and this is when the real grind begins. So here's what you can expect. Enemies will be hitting harder, have larger health bars, and sometimes roll with modifiers like elemental resistances. Loot scales with difficulty, with better rewards, more XP, more cash, and more Iridium, the new in-game currency, of course. We've got 5 levels of progression. Instead of replaying the story from scratch, you climb these levels by completing challenges across the planet Kairos. These challenges often involve taking out specific mobs, then facing a wild card mission with boosted enemies and new traits. Beat it, unlock the next level, and repeat. And yes, there's weekly wildcard missions too. These boss fights drop guaranteed legendary loot, so you don't want to miss out on these. Plus, Moxie's big encore returns, letting you boost one boss a week for higher drop rates. And loot farming is also going to be getting a major quality of life upgrade here. Instead of grinding the same boss in the same spots for hours and hours, you'll be pushed across Kairos for dedicated drops tied to different enemies. So boss hunting is now linked to contracts, which reward Iridium, that in-game currency I spoke about, and you could use that currency for things like refighting bosses, buying Moxie's big encore machine, or respecking your specialization tree. No more quitting and reloading saves every time you want to refight the boss, by the way. The process is smoother and better for co-op too. However, with this type of ambition comes risk. The concern around balance, pacing, and preserving the magic of random loot are very real here. Gearbox has a history of supporting and tuning its game post-launch, but the day one experience will be critical. Here's to hoping that there's no weird nerfs down the road as well, but there has been no indication that Gearbox would take that path, of course. We're crossing our fingers here that the in-game is nice and solid right out of the gates at launch. But yeah, one of the coolest new systems is, of course, that firmware, which is going to be supporting your adventures even into that in-game. Think of it like gear sets with bonuses. If you go 2 people.
Enshrouded, how to get active mycelium. Okay, okay, walls and mushrooms. Okay, so let's go do that. We'll put all of this stuff back. Going into the shroud.
Pieces, you get a major bonus, and then at 3 pieces, you get full set bonus. Now, early tiers give things like extra action skill cooldown or ordnance damage, but the full set can do wild stuff like missile strikes or life steal. Now, firmware isn't tied to guns, by the way. It goes on class mods, shields, ordnance, and enhancements, and you can equip only 5 pieces at a time, making your choices very strategic as you go. You can even transfer firmware between items, but be careful. The source item gets destroyed and the target loses its previous firmware. Now, firmware starts dropping around level 25, so it's not right out the gates. So by the time you reach Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, you'll be chasing the top tier sets, and it's very much part of that in-game experience. And so are specializations, where you build your Vault Hunter essentially the way you want to. So yeah, they're going to rework the progression with specializations, kind of like an upgraded badass rank system. Now, this is what you can expect. A count-wide XP bar that levels up as you play. You'll invest points into nodes for things like more health, stronger shields, or extra gun damage. You'll unlock prestige nodes for big bonuses after heavily investing in certain paths. Now, you can slot these up to 4 sockets or leave some empty for a self-imposed challenge. Respecking is easy, so you can experiment with different builds. And again, the good news is you'll be able to skip the story if you have actually completed it one time over. So you'll start at level 30, which of course max level is going to be 50. You're going to be fully ready to farm, level up, and chase the top tier loot without replaying that story. It's going to be perfect if you want to experiment with multiple vault hunters, and then even be like kind of like matching the levels of your friends if you want to start something fresh and new with it. But yeah, Borderlands 4's in-game is looking very, very ambitious. It looks like it's going to be potentially deep, rewarding, and less grindy than ever before. There are some concerns that it might feel a bit redundant replaying variations of missions that you've already played, and of course you're going to have modified bosses that you'll be experiencing and enemies and that sort of thing. But there are some holdouts saying, hey, we're worried that it is going to be redundant, and there are going to be updates post-launch, by the way, more on that in just a moment, to the in-game systems. But from what we're getting right out of the gates, this sounds pretty promising. And beyond the in-game is, of course, that post-launch support, which is always a concern, and Gearbox has been really vocal more recently about what they're going to be doing, and they revealed a roadmap. I say we dive into this, and there's a mix of free content you'll notice, and then also paid stuff as well. So Quarter 4 2025 is going to be interesting. It's going to start us out with free content. It's going to be the Horrors of Kairos, which is going to be releasing in October as a seasonal mini event that players, everyone by the way, can enjoy. It will bring us new legendary weapons, cosmetics, and one of my favorite things, weather variants, which is really cool. Now, as we continue into the rest of 2024, we can expect Bounty Pack 1. This is going to be our first paid DLC. It will also add new missions and 1 new boss, new legendary gear, 1 Vault Hunter style, 1 Echo 4 drone skin, and 1 new vehicle. It also gives you a Vault card that comes with 24 cosmetics and 4 pieces of gear you can re-roll. Now, we're also going to be getting free content in the form of Invincible Boss 1, and that's going to be happening by the end of 2025. So this is going to be high-level boss variant and arena. By facing these big bosses, you can earn the new legendaries they drop. This update will also add an Ultimate Vault Hunter mode level. So that's really cool, and that will wrap up 2025. So heading into 2026, what is going to be happening? So we're going to start out with a paid DLC. So it's similar to the first pack. We're going to be getting new missions, new boss, adding more gear, 1 skin, 1 Apple skin, 1 vehicle, and a Vault card that gives you 24 cosmetics and 4 pieces of re-rollable equipment. Now, what about that free content, you're probably wondering? So this is where things are going to get interesting. We're going to be getting pearlescent rarity introduced to the game. So this update appears to be releasing alongside Bounty Pack number 2, and it will add the rarest tier of weapons to the game. So I think that's going to be a pretty hot topic for sure. And yeah, I'm sure the reaction is going to be insane with whoever gets those pearlescent weapons. Now, also, we have a paid DLC in 2026, Mad Ellie and the Vault of the Damned. This is going to be the first story pack coming to Borderlands 4. It's going to add our brand new Vault Hunter, new main story missions, a map zone, which is really cool, more side missions, legendary gear, and multiple cosmetics, 4 Vault Hunter heads and styles, 4 weapon skins, 2 vehicle skins, 3 Echo 4 drone skins and attachments, and 1 Echo 4 frame. And we can expect later in 2026 to see at least 2 more bounty packs the second story pack, and more invincible bosses on top of this. So yeah, obviously they have a lot of plans for post-launch. So if you're wanting a game that is apparently trying to really attempt to keep the community together and keep content rolling out pretty much all the time, it seems like Borderlands 4 within that first year is really going after that goal. So yeah, it looks like Borderlands 4 is shaping up to be something special. We got a bigger world. It is the first ever seamless open world in a Borderlands game. Smoother traversal.
Open world speaks my language.
Actual in-game systems right out the gate, and a roadmap that looks pretty stacked here. Now, honestly, if Gearbox nails the balance between fun grind and meaningful rewards, this could reclaim the looter-shooter throne for sure. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, there are those lingering concerns around Unreal Engine 5. If the story can withhold itself from venturing into Borderlands 3 territory, will Gearbox be able to practice good monetization around the game way down the road? They were already tempted with the $80 price tag and reverted it back down to more of a normal price, which is $70 to start out the gate, which is good, but they've shown that they've been tempted to do the $80 there, so there's a little bit of worry in regards to what they might do potentially down the road in the future. So cross my fingers they really listen to the community here and do not do anything strange around monetization. So from what has been played so far and from what we have seen, I'm cautiously optimistic about this one. I cannot wait for September 12th. Here I have it marked on my calendar. Expect some more Borderlands
Kitty
updates for you all. Thank you guys so much for watching. Stay tuned here for more, and I will see you all next time. Take care.
I'm not sure if that's been done before. An open world co-op shooter. I'm not sure that's been done before. Has it? I don't think so. Maybe, I don't know, Division 2 or MMO wise that there's one I can think of, Stallcraft X. There's like a few that have done it, but it's very, very rare. Hello, beloved kitty. Hello, beloved kitty. I love you so much. Hi, kitty. I love you. My cat's on my chest. And I'm in the shroud, and I've got 3.5 minutes, and I've got to get the fuck out of here, but I don't know how I'm going to do that. Oh. Oh, no. Lava. Oh. Lava. Nope. Oh. Out. Aww. Lava is very bad. If I had to make a new kit every time... Ugh. Anyways. Active mycelium. Very good. So now we're going to take all of that. And leave, like, the stuff that I don't need. Yep, like that. And, like, well, I know I probably don't... Well, I might need that. I don't know. Alright, yeah, I probably do need that. I don't know. I might need all of this, but anything that's, like, extra, right? Anything extra, like stone. Stone's probably extra. And then we go up. Yep. And then we're going to drop you, and probably you, because I have too much of it. You, and you, and you. Tar and charcoal. And I think that's everything I'll probably need to make what I need to make. So I have a helm, but I need him to craft a chest piece, but I need animal fur.
Is that it?
Animal fur. Like you, kitty, I would skin you, make fur. Animal fur. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, kitty. I wouldn't do that. Chest, gloves, pants, boots. Chest, gloves, pants, boots. Delete, delete, delete. We can improve my weapons somehow. Decorative stuff. weapons. Legendary runes. So,
Still here.
oh, how to salvage items. Let's enhance your preferred weapon with some of the gear you've been collecting. We got to salvage a weapon or two first to get your hands dirty now. Adding enhancements, right? Would you look at that? You salvage some items. Now you can use some runes to enhance your weapons. Okay. So I have some runes. Shroud spores. I have runes. I want to enhance... No, I don't want to salvage that weapon. I want to enhance it.
Anything else?
Oh, I see. Enhance, manual crafting. Let's make some lockpicks. I'll probably cap off bandages too, but that's fine. Yep, and then manual crafting, and then backpack. Enhance equipment. Gather runes. So I want to enhance this tainted axe. But I will need legendary runes, which I'm out of.
Never force it. Just get a bigger hammer.
Make me some legendary runes.
You got a heart of steel, kid.
There, I've got a full upgraded axe. What am I short? Oh yeah. Nice. So my axe got upgraded. It is now 34 damage, which is so much more than it was before. But I mean, I've been farming this shit, yeah. So now I've got a full armor set. I need to kill banshees in the shroud. I need to go into the shroud further and explore it more. Now I've got a full armor set and a nice upgraded axe. And I'm all set for combat. I'm gonna put all of this away. I wanna refresh my bandages, and then you know, it's yeah, like I'll play some Fortnite, but in a little bit. So autopilot, and I want you to continue to make mithril, but I am out of mithril. Yeah, I'm out of mithril. So going to buy some mithril. $76, $78, $78. Got it for $78. I'm gonna turn on the music. $78. $78. 78, 78, 79, 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, 81, 82. I don't want to buy anymore. Now eat this and drink that. Oh, right. I'm completely full. Oops.
Oh, dear God. Okay. Yeah. 2 years later. Where's time going? I don't like this. And I know it's been 2 years, not just because I can read a calendar, but also because I moved into this house
Thank
2
you.
years ago.
Thank you,
And
Mr. Matty Plays. Thank you, Retro Rebound. I've never heard of you before, but good job.
it was then I was moving in. A month later, I was reviewing Starfield. Life was coming at me fast. Here we are, 2 years later, and I think we all expected to be somewhere a little bit different with Starfield. I've been playing it a lot lately just to kind of do a little bit of a recap, as I did last year when we did Starfield 1 year later. Year one was tough, but necessary. Bethesda received a lot of criticism. I think a lot of it they needed to hear in a widespread manner, and Starfield Shattered Space was teed up as the expansion that could turn the game around. More on that later. Year two, well, it's been nothing. No exaggeration. No updates outside of, like, I think a bug fix or two. Just some written statements from Bethesda saying, hey, we're working, and
they
now
released
a
the
robot.
DLC.
You see, Bethesda recently dropped a video that was lightly detailing what's to come for Starfield in a spotlight of Tim Lamb's career. And it's funny because I saw people making videos reacting to this like it was a brand new confirmation that more Starfield content was on the way. And I think that just speaks to how dead this game was in 2025. There's been zero significant updates, and that's likely the case in 2026. But according to Bethesda, here's what's to come. A new story DLC, space gameplay travel that's going to be more rewarding, new game systems, smaller delights, and if you're to believe leaks and rumors from trusted sources, then there's a PS5 port and a Switch port on the way. So, how are we looking 2 years later with this in mind and accounting for what Bethesda could do to try to turn this game around? We'll talk about that, ladies and gentlemen. If you're new here, you're into what's going on with Bethesda, consider subscribing. All right, because I don't want to be a negative Nancy here, I need to open with like one positive that did strike me the moment I fired this up. I was on Varun Kai and went, you know, Bethesda's art department just doesn't get enough credit, man. Even with Fallout 76 and my biggest hater phase of that game, I sometimes had to bend the knee and go, all right, that looks kind of fire. But hey, man, dropping down on this planet, seeing these visuals, I know it's not the highest fidelity, but it's that usage of color and weather effects that Bethesda's always been really good at. They're still great at. It really creates, for the planets that actually have communities and ecosystems, a tangible feel to them. And I love that in their games. And Starfield has a lot of those moments where I actually just stopped to take it all in. I mean, granted, I'm like one of those dudes who plays every game like an E3 demoist. If you catch my drift, I'm always slow walking, slow panning the camera. I feel like I was indoctrinated by E3 demos in my teenage years, and like I just play games like that where I'm like, whoa, that's a slow walk moment. But hey, Bethesda gives me a lot of step out, slow walk moments. So I wanted to open with that because that is the first thing that hit me when I started playing this game for a little bit again. But I know a lot of people want to talk about the problems with the game because that's really where a lot of the conversation lies. You see, for me with Starfield, I like the game. I know sometimes it doesn't come across that way, but it's because there's that fight, that tug of war within myself where there's a lot that can be improved to be great. Starfield is a game that I was entertained by the 100+ hours I spent in it. I also haven't come back, and there also isn't that magic in Starfield like there is with other BGS games such as Fallout and Elder Scrolls, where I get whisked away and just have so much trouble putting down the controller. Like, Starfield is easy to step away from, and I think it's from how it's designed. My number one problem still is how exploration is handled. Not from the typical Maddie, oh, I want to wander experience, but it's because finding content in this game is literally impossible. When you fire it up and you want to pick up where you left off, or if you're ever daring to be in the mood to play some more Starfield, it is tough to find content. If you're looking for space content especially, good luck. It's like a needle in the haystack. You know, you're just going to jump from star system to star system and hope someone pulls up on you. It removes a core element of Bethesda's worlds, which is the world coming to you. It's a joy when you jump into a star system and crazy stuff is happening, but it's the fact that you can jump from multiple systems through multiple loading screens, hear that damn Starfield theme for the millionth time, and have like nothing happen across all of these systems. And in some cases where you're trying to do what I do, or hey, my fuel consumption is too high to jump across all these systems, and you gotta jump them one by one, it feels really tedious just hopping around star systems with, again, many of them having nothing inside them. I know part of that point's been beaten to death, but for me it's about finding content because, for example, there is content within Starfield that I find quite good. I just usually think it's within a community or a town, which there's very little of in Starfield. For example, a good one that I found is actually a colony of clones of some of the greatest figures in history. You meet Genghis Khan, you meet Roosevelt. Like, it's awesome. It's such a really good idea. It's in a lot of ways, when you go to the facility that's connected to this whole quest line, almost like a Fallout vault. And I think if we put that exact quest line in a Fallout game, we'd be like, yo, this makes so much sense. So you have these moments in Starfield where it like clicks and you go, that's the good stuff I was looking for. And the problem is finding it, because there's so many loading screens and so many star systems to jump between that it is a game, as we've said many a time, that desperately needs to be filled out, because I mean the job's already done. You already have your tons of star systems. We already knew that was probably going to be an issue with the game, so there is no more of the, hey, what if they did 5 really dense star systems like they should have. Okay, they hit their goal of tons of star systems. Now you got to fill it out before you consider the job done. To me, if we're talking about Tim Lamb's smaller delights, this would be one of them. Just more communities of people, more individuals to talk to who aren't just like placeholder names or generic names, like actual characters, cool storylines like this that drive even it through mainly dialogue. Like, that stuff rules to me. I wish there was just more people to meet in Starfield. That's crazy to say in a game so big. Other smaller delights for me would absolutely be overhauling the lockpick and the loot system.
I like the lockpick.
Every piece of loot in the game, but like, hey, when I try to lockpick a expert lock, have the loot reflect that. Especially if your lockpicking minigame is going to be a real big pain in the ass. I don't mean to say that aggressively, but I cannot stand the digi-picking system, and it's because
I can.
I look at Bethesda, and I could
probably because he might be dumb.
Todd, I could shake you for making that decision, because I'm like, you guys have the perfect lockpicking minigame across all your games in Fallout and in Elder Scrolls. There's a reason they're shared. It's because you just can't do it better, and you turn it into this.
I thought the digipick was better.
It takes so long that I literally ignore loot in this game.
I think these guys are jaded, and I don't think they have good taste.
I got to spend doing that. A small delight for me that would not fix the entire game, but would improve the quality of life, would just be doing away with the system, overhauling it. I know there's mods that just make all of them easy. That's what I usually install, because it is like, I know a nitpick in the scheme of things, but God, dude, like, I hate that I have to avoid loot in this game, basically. I've already beat the dead horse on rare loot in the game, kind of like the Skyrim rare weapons and all over, where they have like unique models and unique properties. I know Shattered Space tried to push this a little bit. There were a couple of unique weapons. That was cool. You can actually see me using some of them in the gameplay. Because to me, the reason these are important is not just like find cool things, but when you come back, it's awesome just to sift through my arsenal and just toy around with a bunch of these crazy weapons that Bethesda has made before. And so where I really get hung up on Starfield is the this is good, could be great section, and why I just struggle to return to it is there's always a tug of war within myself. For example, let's go back to space travel. I know this may sound like an unfair comparison because the game has been supported for almost a decade now, but look at the latest No Man's Sky update in Voyagers. Like, you can literally float out into outer space, but also build out your spaceship, and a lot of the interiors do remind me of Starfield, but also you can skydive out of your ship onto planets, and it features multiplayer, and it's all been free since launch, and it's been almost 10 years, dude. Like, it's crazy what that game has turned into. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like No Man's Sky is suddenly my jam just to dunk on Starfield by any means, because, like, I don't know, I remember playing it around launch and then going back to it a few years later. I'm like, this is cool, but it's just not fully for me. Like, I think I just have full Mass Effect brain at this point. Someone give me a new Mass Effect, for the love of God. But if Bethesda is making more rewarding space travel, to me, I am hoping, I don't know for sure, but just let us actually explore space. I think that would be more rewarding. Like, if the walls between all these star systems were somehow removed, and I could just fly to these other star systems. You could do something with a mini loading screen or whatever, something that shows what we're traveling through, and that I could find unique, interesting stuff. Something that keeps Starfield as seamless as it can be. I know getting rid of all loading screens is a very big thing to ask for, but I think we got to get close to that for one of these parts of the world, whether it's on the ground or in space, whatever it may be. Starfield needs a flow. It is lacking that. And if you give it a flow where I can float around these star systems and I can find content, I think it'll be a lot easier for your new player base on PlayStation and Switch to get into. But rewarding is a little bit of a troubling word to me, not to make it negative, but it does come across that way to me because I think like the space gameplay in terms of like shooting other ships is awesome. Like I find that to be the best part of the game. So I hope when he says rewarding, it means like that kind of space wandering experience. Now, continuing our recap of Starfield, let's get into official DLC. We got a lot of updates across the first year of Starfield. In terms of major things to note, there were a couple of quest lines, like one let you become a bounty hunter. It was released at the same time as a creation that would charge you money from Bethesda Game Studios, and it was way worse than the free thing you got because it was extremely short and overpriced. So it kind of overshadowed what was a decent quest line within Starfield. It was also a quick one, to be fair. But in the main highlights, we got the buggy. This was cool. It also controls a little bit weird, and that's strange to say because I feel like Bethesda really got the spaceship controls down. And ultimately, it is a great feature, but feels a little bit useless outside of Shattered Space because Shattered Space was built with this buggy in mind, so you can actually get in and use it, although I kind of just floated everywhere because the jump pack was way better anyway. But if there were more points of interest, I would actually get in my buggy and drive around, but since there's usually not, I don't use it often. Other things in the terms of official DLC, we got Shattered Space, and as I alluded to at the top of this video, for those who don't remember, this visually is awesome, but in terms of everything else, it is the definition of a missed opportunity. It feels like Bethesda did not listen to fans, doubled down, made worse choices, and did not capitalize on any of the hopes fans had for this DLC, like providing more interesting exploration, providing more reactivity, sort of like Far Harbor did, which Todd did use as a comparison for this DLC, and I consider that one of Bethesda's best DLC ever, if not their best DLC ever. But Starfield Shattered Space, across not only reviews in terms of the overall score, but just for me personally, ends up being the worst DLC Bethesda has ever made. This is excluding DLC like Horse Armor or some of the settlement.
There's just no story.
Fallout 4 that they would
and so the story fanboys
sure,
just renege.
I'm talking about traditional Bethesda DLC.
I bet Dazra's dope. I haven't been there yet.
New low. And I know some will be unsurprised that Bethesda found themselves a new low, but for me, I was like, they're even in their worst state capable of way more than this. The good news is after this drop, Bethesda did go silent, right? Like, I mean, they put up a fight. There were a lot of ugly quotes coming out of it, but then they went silent and put their heads down. And that's all we can hope for at this point, is that they listen and they respond well and understand what the mission was after spending, by the time it comes out in probably 2026, over a year on Starfield updates. One other thing to note, which is often overlooked with Starfield, and I get it because it's one of those things that if you're like deep in the community like me, you pay attention to, but if you're someone who's like already paid money for it and you're not crazy about it, then you're not really going to care. But creations have come a long way. Like, we started with reselling Oblivion's DLC in Skyrim when this was first announced in, I think, 2017. And yeah, Bethesda rightfully got chewed out by everyone for that. But now, you look at Starfield, you look at Watchtower, for example, and it's pretty sick to see how far it's come because it's a lot of what we hoped the system would be in the first place. New factions are introduced. You also are able to control your own fleet in this DLC. You can perform orbital
I like the
strikes.
combat in this game a lot.
Granted, it's a small one, but it's pretty great. And there are many more quest lines that are quite good. I think the problem that Bethesda runs into is right now they are still viewed, like the optics on them are bad because they're still paid mods to many people. And I think Bethesda needs to put their muscle behind it to make it look and feel more official. Give them achievements. That is one of the marks of being an official piece of content. Give them marketing. Give out review codes to both press and creators. Like, make this an important part of your content. Make it part of the thing that you see on the storefront when you look up Starfield. Make it official. Because right now, many of these packed great things, hell, even fixed big issues with Starfield, like filling out its world. But all of us are left thinking, well, that's great, but that's not really Bethesda. It's like the extra step that's required of liking Starfield or liking Bethesda a lot and then you can get into this. But if it's treated like official content and not just this kind of side piece, I think it can go a much longer way. So basically what we're left with 2 years later, after Starfield's been out on the market, is this. Whatever Bethesda delivers next will never be enough. And that's not me setting them up for failure, though it will sound like that. It's more so to say that the goal should be, this needs to feel like a fresh start for everyone. Xbox fans and then your new players on PlayStation and Switch too. This needs to feel like a fresh start, worth believing in, kind of like No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky didn't turn things around in a single update, right? It started with a really good one, and they kept at it. They kept plugging away for free. And hey, look at Bethesda, for example, with Fallout 76. I don't think any of us ever expected to be sitting on a video, in the comment section, talking and hearing the words, 76 actually isn't that bad, or 76 turned it around, and it not being the most crazy thing you've ever heard. Think of launch 76 and how hanging with it and doing consistent free updates has gotten them to this point. So they did their own little No Man's Sky moment, but here we are with Starfield, which I think can have its own moment. My only hope is that for deep into the future of Bethesda, it's just great at launch, and we don't need another No Man's Sky moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd love to hear your thoughts down below on Starfield 2 years later. Fire away. Other than that, take excellent care of yourselves, and I'll see you in the next one. Stay sexy, stay active. I love you all. Peace.
No Man's Sky now officially has ship interiors. It released today as a part of the Voyagers update, and more than that, it allows you to completely customize and build your own starships of some pretty impressive sizes. And that includes some stunning looking cockpits. Well, there's 2 different variants at the moment, maybe more on the way. And yes, you can also get in that ship, fly around wherever you want. Take your friends along with you because they can ride along inside the ship wherever you carry them. And yes, you can even get out of the seat whilst your ship is flying around. Just look at that. This might all sound a lot, but it's not where it ends, because you can also get out of the ship whilst it's flying around or whilst it's in space and go completely EVA. Now, in case you're wondering, you get out here in space, your ship flies off without you. I guess that can happen. There is an option there to recall your ship, which keeps you nice and safe. You know you're never going to be completely abandoned out here in the voids. Another nice touch is that you can customize your ship wherever and whenever you want. So even if you're flying around in space or landing on an alien planet, you can customize and furnish the interior of your vessel. A lot of elements have been taken from a base building which already exists in No Man's Sky.
I want to make a really big box, like, you know, like the cube from the Borg cube. I want to make a Borg cube. I think Borg cubes are the best design. If you can actually manage to propel, whatever you call it, like propel a Borg cube is superior.
And they've been extended to both ships themselves as well as interior.
It'd be fun to make like a ship that kind of looks like this. It would be a big box, right? And so you have like the big box in the fucking center, right? Then you've got the nose where the fucking the captain's quarters are, CQ, right? Captain's quarters. And then you've got this whole like living space, this massive box, and then here's the wings. You know, it's like the A-10 bomber, or not A-10, what am I thinking of? The stealth bomber. It's like the stealth bomber design, and this is your base, right? Base, power, storage, right? Storage over here. Over here you have this room full of boxes, right? But the base itself is like this open room that you can just decorate and stuff. I like the idea of ship decoration.
With all of that, you'll be more than familiar with all of this. Okay, so how does the ship...
If only the game was good.
Inside No Man's Sky?
If only the game was good.
If you start a new game, I guess you can do it from any game as well. Here I've started a new creative mode 1 because that just makes everything that much easier to show off to you. Get up into space and then head to any space station. You'll find these pads inside the station. They'll teleport you exactly where you'll need to be, where you'll find these Corvette workshops. Now here you can claim a bunch of different blueprints. You can purchase some modules in case you don't have absolutely everything. These are just additional modules, I do believe. And then on top of that, you can, you can start creating the Corvette itself. The process is really straightforward. You have this top-down camera view, which is actually very easy to use. And then you get a load of modules you can select. Now, the game highlights the first modules you need, so you don't accidentally get confused or try and put down modules that won't allow you to work. Here,
yeah, like Starfield had a serious problem with that. Like Starfield needed to be like, you need a docking, here, put the docking down. You need a cockpit, here, put the cockpit down. You need to connect this, they're not connected. And there was no guidance at all, so it fucking sucked. I don't like the shipbuilding program in Starfield. I'm sure I could get used to it, but I don't like it.
Gears, one there and two off to the sides towards the rear. And then we're going to put down a little bit of the hull. These come in the form of habitation modules. The beauty of No Man's Sky has always been that it's just so easy to create anything in the game. If you're into base building, you can manufacture these very, very easy indeed. And the same philosophy extends to shipbuilding. Just look at that. Place the landing gears in the wrong location, very easy to relocate. And of course, if you've got the artistic flair, it looks like, well, you can make some pretty complex looking ships as well, and some very nice designs along the way. As you might expect,
I'm gonna make a big 4x4 box that's a really long
from No Man's
line.
Sky and Hello Games. This update has been released without any fanfare. It's been released with...
What do you mean without any fanfare? This is the most I've seen a game get in terms of fanfare in a long time. It's almost like Elden Ring levels of fucking fandom and stuff. They're like, No Man's Sky got an update, and that's all that's been in the gaming like scene for like a week. And that's better than most games have gotten recently. Masterful Mace. It has 21 damage. It's not my style. I'm going to salvage.
any foreknowledge, so it comes as a complete surprise. It is a big one though, of course, because obviously ship interiors are always a highly requested feature when it comes to space games. In fact, at this point, I do believe that most of the major space games, if not nearly all of the major space games, actually have ship interiors now, and quite a few of them actually allow you to modify those
X4
ships
doesn't
in some
have it.
way or other, whether that's complete overhaul.
Does X4 have ship interiors? Oh yeah, it does. It does. They yeah, I like the ship interiors in X4. It does. Yeah. Oh yeah. But they suck. And you can't customize them.
All that you can do with No Man's Sky are just a few cosmetic alterations. This update has also been released alongside a brand new No Man's Sky Expedition. These are community events, we get them quite frequently at this point. This one is called the Corvette Expedition. Hello Games call this a narrative enhanced adventure, and this is what they say about it on their website. Your former starship has been damaged beyond repair. The Sentinel Horde is closing in. Take refuge in your Corvette, your one and only ship. Maximise its stats and potential and fight back against the Horde. So what's happening here is they're designing a story around the concept of you actually building this ship. Like I say, there are a number of different cockpits as well as interiors. We've got the Titan class cockpit as well as the Thunderbird one as well. There's also a variety of different interior furnishings. Some of them can be more utilitarian, such as the Thunderbird class. Then we've also got the Ambassador class furnishings, which Hello Games say furnish your Corvette in a streamlined 70s future sci-fi aesthetic with the Ambassador class habitation modules. These are clean, rounded edges, glass panels, soft white walls, and panels of blinking lights. Hello Games have also made some improvements to the graphics in a variety of different areas, and these include improvements to translucent surfaces such as glass. So this will affect glass walls, aquariums, ship cockpits as well, and they say all these are going to appear more crisp and stable. They've also added DLSS 4 into No Man's Sky, so this will be pretty handy for those of you who have the necessary graphics cards for that. Elsewhere, there's inside the habitation modules for the Corvette, there's a Corvette refiner unit. So that means you can now do all your refining on the go on board your ships. That's going to be a pretty big boon. That's not the only utility on board your ship. There's also, well, you can cook on board your ship as well with a small kitchenette. This allows you to do all those activities you might otherwise do either inside your base or out in the wild. There's also the ability to add a mission board on your ship as well, inside your ship. So that means when you're playing on your own or when you're playing with friends, you'll be able to pick up some missions directly from inside your ship and go and conduct those as well. So yeah, this is an absolutely massive update. It brings with it a feature that I know a lot of us have been anticipating for a very long time. Although, to be honest, I didn't expect this to arrive in No Man's Sky quite in this fashion. Now, Hello Games have said that this technology is not just relevant to No Man's Sky, they're also going to be introducing it into their next game, Light No Fire. And I guess the way they're implying seems to be that this will be for ships that will be going across the ocean to be found on the planet inside that game. We have a lot going on here then, not just with No Man's Sky, but also with Light No Fire, something I'm also very keen to see. No release date on that one just yet, although like many, I can't wait to get my hands on it. Now, there's another thing that Sean Murray touched on in a recent video, and it's not just the fact about this update, not just the ship technology and the ship interior technology and everything that goes along with it, but the fact that the implementation of this is like a lot of moving pieces, a lot of different things going on behind the scenes. But the bigger point there is that, well, it's essentially going to enable them to do more things in the future. It seems that for Hello Games then, it's never quite enough. Their job with No Man's Sky is never done. They've always got bigger plans on the horizons. And on that note, Sean Murray ended the video by saying that he just can't wait for people to see what comes next. It's getting to the point where it's very difficult to imagine exactly what Hello Games have in store for No Man's Sky, because, well, they just keep adding all of these features. Obviously, ship interiors and the ability to build your own ships is a pretty big deal. I'm actually at a loss at this point as to what could come next. Let me know about your thoughts and feelings on this in the comment section below, because
combat.
If you've got any ideas
all over the planets, combat.
I'd certainly love to hear about that.
XP system and combat.
It feel to me that No Man's Sky is going way beyond a feature complete and into entirely new uncharted territory.
Feature complete?
Anyway, thanks for watching.
There's no combat. What the fuck are you talking about?
Take care. Catch you next time.
I mean, there is combat, but it's not like, you know, I mean, it's like this, like, add-on. It's not really what the game's about. Oh, that was not it. I don't want to die here. Oh, the fire is warmth and comfort, and it does heal you very slowly. Just gonna, yep, like just rest by the fire here for a minute.
The comeback story of No Man's Sky is pretty well known at this. So what we're going to be doing for this guide is we're going to be following the built-in in-game tutorial. That way you can put this video in the background or on another screen while we go through it as I add on to what it already tells you to give you some of those pro tips I just mentioned. Now, when you start a new game, or if you're coming back to start one, you're going to have to select what type of game mode you want to start with. For me, I'd recommend that you just select normal. There's a lot of different modes here, but if you're just getting started or you're coming back, don't give yourself too much stress here. You can actually go and change the difficulty later if you want to make things a bit harder for you, but personally, I've found that normal is plenty difficult once you get into the later games. So, with that out of the way, once you start into the game, you should discover that the game has literally thrown you into the fire. It looks like No Man's Sky, since it first came out, has changed the way its tutorial works a little bit. Now they put you on a specific type of planet, one that will nearly kill you, but won't completely destroy you immediately. It just kind of gets your feet wet, but instead of water, they're on fire. Though there may actually be water on your planet, it just depends. Everybody's starting planet is different. So the first thing it's going to want you to do is to get your scanner back online, because without it, you're basically blind in this game. It's your companion throughout the entire thing. So in order to get to that step, you're going to want to start training yourself to look around you and scan your environment visually. Look for things like rocks and plants. Rocks are what's going to give you ferrite dust, which is what you need to craft the component to repair the scanner that the tutorial is guiding you to do. Once you've gotten that thing repaired up, you should be able to hit C on your PC or D-pad up on your controller to ping the environment, which is going to highlight resources, buildings, and waypoints that are surrounding you in your immediate area. Now, initially, since your scanner is low level, it's not going to give you a huge range around you, but as you upgrade later, you'll see more and more. Now, almost immediately, your hazard protection will also start draining. Like I said, you're on a kind of bad planet. So what you're going to have to do now is you're going to want to use your new scanner to ping your environment for something called sodium, which is marked by the Na diamond. So if you were looking to practice a little bit for your chemistry class, I think actually No Man's Sky is a great way to study. So if you're still in school, hey, this might be for you. But if you're a chemist, you're probably gonna be like, yeah, this is nothing. I know everything. Anyway, while you're scanning, you will also notice that you can't continually hit C. That's because the initial scanner you get without any upgrades is gonna have a pretty long cooldown. So you might have to wait a little bit to scan. And remember that wherever you hit your ping, it starts from you at the center point. So if you keep traveling forward fast, you're not going to see what's in front of you until you scan again, basically. So then the next thing you're going to want to do is recharge your kit with what you just picked up, that sodium. And what you can do is you can go into your inventory and drag and drop it onto your hazard suit. But What you might not know is that you can actually do this much more quickly by hitting X on your keyboard for PC or down on the D-pad for your controller to open the quick menu. Here you can select might not know is that you can actually do this much more quickly by hitting X on your keyboard for PC or down on the D-pad for your
Nice, I got to cheat teleport and skip all that. Oh god, do you want me to do the whole thing again? I think you do, and I have to climb this whole thing again, I think. Which is so annoying. It's so annoying. Can you take me back, please? No, I don't want to do the dungeon. I want to go to the top again. Aw. Damn it. Oh, use fast travel and speak... Oh, yeah. Fast travel, okay. Use fast travel and speak to the flame of the ancient spire, okay. Oh, I can always go to the top now? Oh, okay, cool. Sweet. These ancient spires open fast travel points all over the world and reveal ancient knowledge of Embervale. Venture forth, the land must be reclaimed. And they gave me 5 markers, right? And now I remember this game kind of opens up, yeah. Cool, we got further in this game. So, I don't know if it brings me here or what. But I think it does. I think you're supposed to jump off from here and go to some place while you're up here. Okay, there's me. There's an elixir well over there. Maybe we should go to it. Where does that go? Yeah, so like 1,100 meters that direction is like some kind of elixir well, which I want to go get. Cool, this is cool. Look how cool this is. The game has a way better sense of adventure. I mean, it's biting Zelda pretty hard. I went the opposite direction of where I wanted to go, so just take me back. Cool. So, yeah. So, I want to go to the elixir well, which is that direction. Sorry, I went down east, but I meant to go west, and I thought I was facing east, but I didn't. I didn't think about it like Sandbox. You have to actually go aim where you're going. And so down there is an elixir well. You can slightly tilt, which is cool. Now I reached the elixir well from where I was going, and now I'm enshrouded. These guys drop more runes. Oh god, get up. Oh, he hurt. That son of a bitch. Fucking asshole. The torch should have been better. I like this combat more than I like this combat more than Dark Souls, which is dumb. Oh, I fell. Son of a bitch. Those guys are harder. Well, I can always go back to that thing, I think now. Yeah, no matter what, and I can always jump in from here to the Springlands. And I unlocked Enshrouded, and I like what I've seen, so I'm leaving. I'm going to No Man's Sky now. Play some No Man's Sky tonight at 9:30. The games are getting better, you know.
Controller to open the quick menu. Here you can select recharge and select the system that you need to recharge. In this case, like I said, it's your hazard protection system, and do it really quickly. This is actually really useful to know when you're in a pinch. Say, for example, you're being attacked or your suit's about to run out and there's a storm coming. This is the fastest way to do it without going and faffing about in your inventory. So,
okay, so go back.
And since you're covering a lot of ground here.
Okay, we're going to jump to No Man's Sky Voyagers. Enshrouded. I want to play newer games like No Man's Sky, Enshrouded, maybe Borderlands 4. I'm still on the fucking fence. I'll have to sit. I'll have to sit and think. I don't know. I really don't know.
Until you scan again, basically. So then the next.
There's a custom and a normal. I'm gonna play custom. Bashtari Alpkus. Alktu. A Bektui Tusok. Windam LH797. Cool, where am I now? So you're opening my first thing we do is we go to options and we look at controls. Remap the controls for map. Flight controls. Oops, galactic map. Yeah, the galactic map is tab. Okay. So never mind. While you're down here, it's your menu, but that's weird. It's like on foot. No, not on foot base bar. On foot. Quick menu. Flight controls. Menus. Toggle trade inventory. Toggle auto walk should be R. Okay, well...
You've been examined.
$9K. They want $9K. That's not real good money. So... Meaty chunks. Wow, the sun just set. Oh, there we go. Oh, that combat, though. Meaty chunks.
next thing you're going to want to do is recharge your kit with what you just picked up, that sodium. And what you can do is you can go into your inventory and drag and drop it onto your hazard suit. But what you might not know is that you can actually do this much more quickly by hitting X on your keyboard for PC or down on the D-pad for your controller to open the quick menu. Here you can select recharge and select the system that you need to recharge. In this case, like I said, it's your hazard detection system, and do it really quickly. This is actually really useful to know when you're in a pinch. Say, for example, you're being attacked or your suit's about to run out and there's a storm coming. This is the fastest way to do it without going and faffing about in your inventory. So just remember that for later. And since you're covering a lot of ground here, there's another big tip here that I want to give you guys that only pros will know. It's melee boosting. Now, in order to do this, you're going to want to sprint forward by holding Shift or L3 on the controller, and then melee using Q on PC or right bumper on your controller, and then immediately afterward, hit spacebar or A cross to use jetpack. If you've done all of this right, you can pause the video for a moment if you need to. I'm doing both PC and controller. I know it can be somewhat confusing, but basically you're sprinting, melee, boosting all at once to get yourself a huge boost forward, which will propel you across the landscape at insane speeds. Just make sure that you save enough booster to stop yourself from splattering against the ground. There is gravity on most of these planets. Now, once you've got all the basics of survival squared away, the tutorial is going to lead you to your very first starship. And you might be really excited, but you're going to find out soon that it's actually on fire, like your feet and everything else is. The good news...
I want to look at my options again. 4080. $122 DLSS with the shadows down. $120 DLSS. Oh, thank God. Wow, 3 ships. It's starting to feel real good, like a sandbox, though. The game does feel sandboxy. Fuck, am I going the right way?
Incoming emote.
Aww. Is something attacking me? No. The music's good. I like the music in this game. I like this game. It's kind of a farming game. But it feels like trimming bonsais a little bit, you know? I can see upgrading the laser and it being a big deal, you know? You can kind of just keep it running like red as you run across like the universe, or across the like landscape. Drop it a little bit and then just keep it smoking. Yep, keep it smoking to like kill things. Yeah, and it pops things really fast. Oh, yep, and then down, unidentified. Journey and milestone complete. Traveled 8,000 units, whatever units are. I don't know. I'm getting good at the laser already. Pretty forgiving about letting the laser like drop down. You can run it right up to it, but if you let go finally, it will let go. I like the gameplay, but it's a little repetitive. The music's exquisite. The music's what I'm here for, pretty much. That and the ships, you know, the Corvette. I'm here for the music, the Corvette, and the ship. Not the shipbuilding, but the personalization of the ships. I want to make a really big. I hope they make you big. Let you make big rooms. I don't know though. I doubt it. Yeah, music should be at 100. The FOV might be a little low. $70. I don't know. I like it, but I don't know. I think 80 is actually a better number for this TV. There, I made some camera, there, that's better. That's a better FOV. I can at least see what's happening. Yeah, when I'm like farming, it zooms in, but when I'm out, I can see what's happening. The music reminds me of Skyrim. And I like the music. I actually really like the suite that they used. It's very ambient and very good. Most people probably don't farm this much. So this ferrite dust, I think, is actually the most valuable thing here, and I've got to watch out for those. Like, I don't think I really need carbon very much. I think I need ferrite dust. Which is like this little thing. Yeah, you're supposed to pop these little things. These things are the most important thing here, I think. This game's a lot more tolerable when you're drunk, because it's fucking boring. This game is fucking boring. There's no combat. The game looks good, and the frame rate's good. And I think it is a good sandbox. I enjoy it so far. I liked this game when I first originally played it. But I was also like, I don't know why I would play this game over Rust. Now I do know. Now I do know. Rust is mishandled. I'm not sure this game is. Some of these nerds, they're kind of dismissive in how toxic something is, and they just won't do it if it's toxic. And I actually don't mind that. I think it's a good direction for the community and the industry to go. I don't think I need this much carbon, but I don't think it hurts either, you know? Those blue crystals are really good. I think that's fuel. Yeah, that's like spaceship fuel or whatever. I wish the little box that the bar was on was a little bit more visible, because you can't see if it's full or not. And it's annoying. Proto sausage. Pure ferrite. You can take a lot of fall damage now. You didn't used to be able to. I don't know what it was. I didn't see what I picked up. Residual goop, okay. Oh, it was like a goopy terminal. This was the signal log I got where I was going. It kind of lied to me. I'll be right back. I can get something to drink and piss. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Had to pee and get some Canada Dry. Oh, it's the kitty. Hey, kitty. Well, hello, kitty. Hey. Hey, you want to hop up? You can if you want. Yeah, love you. Hi, kitty. I love you so much. Oh, nice. I got money, I think. Wait, it's like actual combat. Projectile ammunition, cool. Reinforcements arriving in 2 seconds.
Warning. Central combat unit deployed.
Oh, cool. You can switch to terrain manipulator. Kilometers. I like the music, it's quite good. If it only had basic combat, it would have been like the best game ever made. You guys need to take it a little further on those planets and add some mobs. It's called an enemy spawner. It's not that hard. Get an enemy spawner. Think about 500 enemies that you want. The Sentinels, great. Do the Sentinels. Make them robots. Robots would make sense. Sentient drones, right? Fill the universe with them and let us get an RPG system with XP bars and put RPG in this game, and you might do better. Damn, this place was so far. Oh, kitty, I love you so much. Oh, kitty.
Warning. Sentinel drones activated.
Hi, kitty. Hey. I think these cave marrow things are probably pretty good. I'll be glad I got these. Oh, this is cobalt. I probably need this too. I better sit and farm this, or I probably can't leave the planet, really. Kitty. my kitty. Oh, kitty.
Is that fixing it's gonna.
This ends here. Which is cool. It makes me think like, wow, I should really farm this whole cave. This is all this game used to be. And it was mind-blowing to the nerds. They were like, oh, I can farm things on an alien planet? I can mine on an alien planet? And the answer was yes, yeah. You can start to see the cave as like this completionist thing. Where you're like, there's a certain amount of materials in this cave and I want them all. I'll take every last thing. Well, that's Cobalt 2. It's probably good Cobalt 2. Yeah, not bad. And now I lost the meme. Okay, so... Damn it, Kitty,
the basics of
you're moving my mouse. I figure if I mine a whole cave, that's probably what the dev wants, and I could just leave the planet with like a real verifiable stake. It seems to really be glitched around this survival basics thing. So I can summon my ship to my location apparently. Well, I can summon my ship to me, apparently. When I leave this cave. So they want me to call my ship and I didn't realize, so I just kept exploring and moving and playing the game. But now I will leave. Yeah, there's the way out. Oh, wow, you can just summon your fucking ship, huh? Cool. Radiant Pillar, BC1. Iteration, online, Atlas connection, intermittent. I find myself alone in a strange world, unequipped and in danger. I have no memory of how I got here and no sense of it before. But this ship at least seems to recognize me. The controls react to my touch, or at least to that of my exosuit. I am not dead yet, and this ship is a lifeline out to the stars.
You've been examined.
Wow. Free look is left alt. I don't know about that. Can we make it right click? Nope. Land ship is E. Collected map is tab, but I don't have that right now. Inventories is V. Show HUD is Z. Wow.
Crafting and ship repair. So going through this guide is actually very important if you've forgotten everything or you're new to this. So to continue forward, open your inventory, tab on PC or option/menu on your controller, and click on an empty slot in your suit inventory to craft the needed parts. Early on, that means a hermetic seal and metal plating, but you won't be able to craft the seal just yet because you won't have the blueprints for it, but metal plating should be available to you right away if you've gathered enough ferrite. The game will guide you to the other missing pieces eventually. Now, at this point in the guide, you probably will have run into a bit of a weather problem. Like I said, this is a harsh planet, so you're going to want to find a place to hide for a little bit if a storm rolls over. If you stay exposed during this time, you're going to have to recharge your hazard suit much more quickly, and if it's a really bad storm, you might not be able to recharge it in time, and eventually you're going to die. So you can either keep recharging it if you've got enough sodium, or you can find a place for shelter. Usually these come in the form of caves or even buildings, and if you're close enough to your ship, you can jump back into your cockpit. However, later on, when you get the terrain manipulator, you can carve out your own bunker in the ground, which is a great place to hide, not just from storms, but also from things like aggressive animals and later sentinels. But don't anger those guys just yet. It'll mess you up pretty bad without a weapon. You shouldn't have a weapon just yet. The game should then send you off in another direction to get your analysis visor up and running. You're going to have to do that by finding carbon, which comes from plants mostly, which you can turn into nanotubes, which is what you need to craft your visor. With it installed, the game changes dramatically. You're going to be able to start spotting hidden caches, artifacts, buried technology, and more importantly, it becomes a steady source of income. Something the game doesn't tell you is that scans actually earn you units, and uploading discoveries earn you nanites. These are the two most important currencies in the game, at least early on, for you to make your character more powerful and allow you to travel the galaxy more easily. And pro tip here, if you scan before you mine, you should get more resources out of what you're mining. So if you're mining something that's not been fully scanned yet, make sure you do that first. Now, since you're going to be trekking across the landscape, you want to be using your scanner for what the guide tells you, but also keep an eye out for something called buried technology modules. These contain salvaged data, which you can use to sell for quick units or to trade for blueprints. You'll usually also see some flaming wreckage nearby, which can be used to get some extra nanites, so keep your eyes open for that at all times. Nanites are more valuable than money actually early on because you use them to buy upgrade modules, things that make scanning faster, your jetpack stronger, or your weapons more effective, and ultimately it makes it so you earn money more quickly. So that's why I think nanites are actually more important, because you get the money better more quickly with more upgrades. Another pro tip here, wreckage often has slime blocking it. Don't delete it. Instead, drag it into your inventory, and later when we make the portable refiner, you can craft these into nanites. It's one of the easiest ways early on to farm nanites up much more quickly. If you don't want to keep it though, you can just hold your middle mouse button on PC or R3 on your controller to discard it and free up some space. You'll also often run into something called knowledge stones, which are, depending on the solar system affiliation, they teach you a word in the language of the local faction. This is something that I personally skipped early on and I regretted it later on, so I'm going to tell you now that it might not seem that important, but if you do come across these, make sure you learn as many words as you can, because these actually help you improve outcomes for trading and navigating story missions and other side missions later on. You can also learn more words by just speaking to NPCs that you come across in stations, outposts, or just out in the wild by asking them for dialect help. You can also use that opportunity to give them any artifacts you found, which will increase your faction standing with them, which will help you unlock better prices and items in stations and outposts that are affiliated with the faction. Next, though, you should be now getting to crafting your first refiner. Since we've been talking about refining, the tutorial will teach you how to craft a portable refiner, which takes metal plating and oxygen to construct. With it, you'll be able to refine ferrite dust into pure ferrite, copper into chromatic metal, and yes, slime into nanites, and so much more. A lot of things the game's not going to even tell you, you just kind of have to throw things into it and see what comes out the other side. The refiner, then, is going to be with you pretty much for the rest of the game, so keep one on hand at all times, because refining is the backbone of crafting, which is a fundamental part of the game in general. Alright, now if you're like me, I'm sure you guys are itching to finally take off in your ship, and you should be arriving at that point right about now in the tutorial. The last step is refueling the launch thrusters to take flight, and once you're stocked up, it's ready to take off for the first time. Now here's where we're going to have to go over, I think, a few lessons if you're
I'm on Get Bricks L28. I think this is more thought than I can do when I'm sober. I'm sorry, when I'm drunk. But I would like to come back to this when I'm sober, yeah. It's a good game. Yeah. I'll come back to it tomorrow. It's a fun game. Push a little bit further. See if I can't get, you know, one of those Corvettes. I will do some Fortnite. Or I could go into the Shroud, I suppose. We'll go into Fortnite for now.
Not used to flying in No Man's Sky. Now, this in general. All right, now, next, though, you should be now getting to crafting your first refiner. Since we've been talking about refining, the tutorial will teach you how to craft a portable refiner, which takes metal plating and oxygen to construct. With it, you'll be able to refine ferrite dust into pure ferrite, copper into chromatic metal, and yes, slime.
Okay, that's the next step. So we'll come back to this video. We'll come back to this video later. But I will play some Zero Build. Yeah, we'll play some Zero Build. Yeah.
Federal agents arrested nearly 500 people during an immigration raid in Georgia earlier this week. Homeland Security officials called it the largest single-site enforcement operation in the agency's history. It happened at a Hyundai electrical vehicle manufacturing plant in Ellabelle, about 25 miles west of Savannah. Most of those detained were South Korean nationals. It is
South
the latest
Koreans.
in a string of workplace raids by the Trump administration.
South
as part of the
Koreans?
president's mass deportation push. Skylar Henry has more.
All yours. Video filmed inside the
Hey,
plane
it's another male Skylar. Nice.
and shows armed Homeland Security agents executing a search warrant Thursday.
We need construction to cease immediately. We need all work to end on the site right now.
Officers can be seen outside, rounding up hundreds of workers in
We're
yellow
getting ice rated.
vests. Nearly 500 people were arrested. The majority were South Korean nationals. U.S. officials said all had either entered the country illegally, overstayed their visas, or were not authorized to work. Stephen Schrank is the special agent in charge.
Together, we are sending a clear and unequivocal message that those who exploit our workforce, undermine our economy, and violate federal laws will be held accountable.
The massive $7.6 billion battery plant, a joint venture between South Korean companies LG and Hyundai, covers nearly 3,000 acres. It is the largest economic project in Georgia's history.
On behalf of all Georgians, I want to thank you.
3 years ago, Governor Brian Kemp welcomed its opening. Authorities alleged the plant had been under investigation for what it said were illegal practices for months.
There's helicopters, Humvees, Georgia State Police.
Production supervisor Casey Deacon was at the facility when the raid took place.
I would assume they would continue, production. However, with that significant loss with personnel, I don't know how they're going to go forward.
Hyundai and LG said that they are cooperating with law enforcement. All of this comes just a week after the South Korean president met with President Trump at the White House to talk about trade and tariffs. The Korean president pledged $150 billion by Korean companies to the U.S., and that includes $26 billion by Hyundai. For CBS Saturday Morning, I'm Skylar Henry in Ellabelle, Georgia.
What are the three branches of government? Legislative, executive, and...
Judicial.
Congress, the Senate, and the other one. How many Supreme Court justices are there?
12? I don't know.
6, 7. 6 or 7.
How
Can you
many?
name your U.S. senators?
No.
I think it's Dwayne Johnson. The Rock? The Rock? The Rock.
I'm not here. There are plenty of social media accounts that do that. But I am curious why more of us don't know how the government works. It's like our smartphone. We depend on it for almost everything. But like government, most of us have very little knowledge of how it works on the inside. Which is weird, because like your phone, you pay for the government. So why don't more of us know more about the government? We'll try to answer that question and speak with experts who could point us in the direction of how to be more informed citizens. I'm Ben Sheen, and this is Sandbox. The problem. In 2024, according to the University of Pennsylvania, most adults can name only one First Amendment right, which is, how should I say this? Not good. Also, half of all adults don't know which political party controls the House and the Senate. And for kids, according to the most recent national test scores for 8th graders, just 22% are proficient in civics, which is more or less how it's been for the last 25 years since testing began. This is a problem. So before we decide how to fix it, let's just establish what civics is. It's the study of how our government works at all levels and how we can affect it. It's how groups of people come together to solve common problems. It's information plus action. And it's understanding our founding documents, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and what they establish. What should make us feel even guiltier is that the people who wrote these documents wanted us to understand. George Washington asked Congress to create a national university to teach everyone how the government works. Congress didn't. But today, the federal government spends 100 times less money per student on civics than on STEM.
And right now, only 7 states require at least a year of civics or government education at some point between kindergarten and 12th grade.
That's bad. And it wasn't always like this. After World War II, we had a golden age of government interaction. Classes like civics, American government, U.S. history, and foundations of democracy were everywhere. But in the 1970s, these classes began to disappear. And in the 21st century, thanks to policies like No Child Left Behind, Common Core, Every Student Succeeds, our schools have prioritized reading and math over basically everything else. The result is that we're not giving people the tools they can use to make the government actually work for them. We've got a country full of people playing the game without any leaders and wondering why every move feels like such a struggle. So, what can we do? There are some nonprofits like My Civics or Generation Citizen working to make civics more of a priority in our schools. So, I sat down with the head of one of those nonprofits, Dr. Donna Phillips, who runs the Center for Civic Education. How do you get kids to care about civics?
We get into the problem of only asking, why don't we know enough about civics? It's just like saying to someone on the street, what is the powerhouse of the South? Come on, don't you know that's the mitochondria? Why don't you care, right? We don't care about these things unless we're going to actively use them and see how they benefit not just ourselves, but our communities and everything else that's important to us.
I want to talk about civics as a partisan issue. Do you think that different political parties or ideologies have a different understanding of what civics is?
Politics is not a bad word. It's the ongoing debate of what is the common good and what is the best way to achieve it. We want to make sure that teachers can have those political conversations with students. They don't have to be partisan. We need a shared understanding of our foundational history.
I heard that one of the reasons that we started public education in the first place was to teach people civics.
According to Thomas Jefferson, that's why a free public education is necessary to perpetuate a democracy. It's easy to learn civics in an authoritarian government. You just learn what all the rules are and you don't break them. And you have no chance to change them. You don't have enough control. But democracy requires active citizenship, and it's when we are apathetic that our democracy does not work.
So what happens to civics when making balance? Sad.
Extremely sad.
These efforts are great. But also there are millions of adults who don't know this, who aren't in school and are old enough to know. How can we make better education? I wanted to know this. Really good.
Thank you, bitch.
And she's also a former government teacher.
Sharon, I'm very excited to talk to you.
I've been a long-time fan of your work. How have you been able to get so many people to care about civics?
I think it's a few things, but one of them is make something accessible and understandable, but not think people are recognizable. I also think people respond to enthusiasm. When somebody's excited about something, that enthusiasm is contagious.
Are there similarities in your approach to having educated adults versus human beings?
Absolutely. And the reason why I was doing the classroom every day and looking at this is asking people to think about things without telling them what. It's hard to have an informed opinion with no information. So rather than telling you, here is what I think of politician A, B, or C, I can give you information and allow you to use that information to make informed decisions for yourself.
I can't get this number out of my head that in the last several election cycles, 90 million people don't show up to vote.
Yeah, I don't think it's that people don't believe that voting is important. I think they feel like their vote doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
When people feel that way,
Piece of shit clowns ruined everything and everyone.
Feel that way, to understand the systems that are in place that make it so that perhaps they don't think their vote matters. Because in order to change the system for the better, so that everyone feels like their vote counts, you have to understand how the system works. I think if you told people, listen, you're going to cast the deciding vote, so you better show up, I think that person would show up.
Do you think there are people in government who either benefit from or perhaps don't even want us to know how it actually works?
Probably. There's also people in government who don't know how it works themselves.
Did we
There
DC?
could be members of Congress who couldn't name the 3 branches of government. There probably are some people who benefit from an uneducated population. And the two of us are out here trying to make sure that that plan doesn't work out.
Remember when I said that after World War II we had this big burst of civics? Well, it worked. The civil rights movement in the 1960s would never have happened if ordinary citizens didn't know how to pressure the government. They used their First Amendment rights of free speech, protest, assembly, and petition to persuade Congress and the President to pass and sign the Civil Rights Act, which ended Jim Crow, and the Voting Rights Act, which expanded voting rights to every citizen in practice, not just on paper. Think about it. Between 1961 and 1971, we added 4 constitutional amendments. To put that in perspective, we've only passed 1 constitutional amendment in the past half century. And those 4 amendments were consequential.
1 amendment.
Like allowing DC residents to vote for president. Banning poll taxes, which were payments required by some states in order to vote, which disenfranchised those who couldn't afford to cast a ballot. We fixed holes in our Constitution, like what happens when there's a vacancy for president and vice president. Believe it or not, before that, we just kind of winged it. And people 18, 19, and 20 years old got voting rights protections. During the Vietnam War, they protested, not just over the war, but over not being able to vote for government officials who instituted a draft and sent them halfway around the world to fight. They knew the rules of the game, weren't happy with the status quo, and took action to change things. That's civics. And this doesn't even include consequential Supreme Court decisions, which recognize things like privacy rights, personal freedoms, and the idea of one person, one vote, that people's votes should count equally. There's a direct line between civic education and a government that more closely represents the world. I think we need to bring that back. So, what do we need? First, familiarize yourself with 2 documents, the U.S. Constitution and your state's constitution. This will give you a really good idea of what your rights are. You might be surprised by what data isn't listed. Secondly, you should know who your government officials are at all levels, even if you don't like them. You'd be surprised by how few people actually do this. These officials work for you. You're their boss. In terms of keeping up with the news, I'm not going to think of national news. But a good place to start with state and local news is to read and subscribe to the main news outlet in your state's capital city, which tends to cover state lawmakers, your governor, and your state's Supreme Court. You can do the same for the main news outlet in your county, your city, or town, and follow these outlets on social media. Finally, you can get involved with a group that's focused on a single issue you care about. If there isn't one, start your own. If you you care about it, someone else probably does too. Whether you like it or not, this stuff affects you. The difference with knowing civics is, you then have the power to affect it. Perhaps the guy who wrote the Declaration of Independence said, I am not an advocate for frequent changes in laws and constitutions, but laws and institutions must go hand in hand with the progress of the human mind. As that becomes more developed, more enlightened, as new discoveries are made, new truths discovered, and manners and opinions change, with the change of circumstances, institutions must advance also to keep pace with the times. Might as well require a man to wear still the coat which fitted him when a boy, as a civilized society to remain ever under the regimen of their barbarous ancestors. Or, in normal person's view, as circumstances change and new truths are discovered, our institutions should change along with them. We're the ones who can make that change, but only if we work together. As always, my DMs are open for questions, and I'll do my best to respond. I'm Ben Sheen, and I hope you learned something.
How many did I get wrong? Probably about 50-50, honestly. Yeah. Maybe 60-40.
It's 1943. Across America, backyards hum with purpose. Victory gardens feed families. Cold frames stretch the season. Grape arbors shade porches in green. Even bean poles become forts. But somewhere between tidy lawns and grocery store aisles, we forgot. Entire traditions vanished, tools, layouts, even the plants themselves. Today on Stella Eureka, we're unearthing 15 brilliant garden features that once defined American backyards. They saved water, fed communities, and might just be worth reviving. Long before backyard greenhouses became status symbols, American gardeners had a humbler trick up their sleeves: cold frames. Tucked against the sunniest wall of the house, these low, glass-topped boxes looked unassuming, but they worked seasonal magic. Built from salvaged wood and repurposed windows, sometimes even old car windshields, cold frames turned frigid spring air into a cozy microclimate. No electricity, no machinery, just sunlight, thermal mass, and clever design. Positioned to face the low-angled winter sun, they soaked up warmth by day and held it overnight in the soil beneath. Inside, cold frames could coax life from seeds while snow still blanketed the ground. Lettuces, spinach, radishes, crops that would otherwise freeze, thrived in these makeshift incubators. In many homes, they stretched the growing season from February all the way into December, keeping fresh greens on the table through frost and chill. They weren't flashy, but they worked, quietly extending the harvest with nothing but glass, dirt, and sun. And in an age before grocery stores stocked everything year-round, that was revolutionary.
They're finding out that it's not only easy to make a victory garden, it's a great way to have fun and get plenty of healthful exercise.
Before swing sets and plastic slides took over the backyard, there was something far more magical: being teepees. These weren't just garden structures, they were living forts that grew taller every day, turning a handful of poles and seeds into enchanted hideaways. Building one was simple: 6 to 8 long poles, anything from bamboo to old broomsticks, were tied together at the top like a teepee frame. At the base, kids helped plant runner beans, then watched in awe as the vines climbed skyward, their heart-shaped leaves forming walls, ceilings, and cool midsummer shade. By July, the structure became a secret world, a green tent buzzing with bees, dappled sunlight, and dangling pods. Children crawled inside to read books, snack on tender beans, or simply disappear for a while. And when fall came, the teepee gracefully returned to the earth, no plastic to store, no cleanup needed. For many families, it was both playground and pantry, a place where wonder grew alongside supper. From whimsical bean forts to a full-scale national movement, next came the gardens that helped win a war. When America entered World War II, Millions of citizens turned backyards, rooftops, and vacant lots into victory gardens.
Victory garden. That's the answer.
These weren't just patches of vegetable, they were patriotic statements rooted in grit, hope, and self-reliance. By 1944, nearly 20 million Americans were growing food at home. Together, they produced a staggering 8 million tons of vegetables, nearly 40% of the nation's total supply. In cities, apartment dwellers built rooftop planters. At factories, employees tended lunchtime garden plots. Even schoolyards were transformed into potato beds and cabbage rows. These gardens were essential. Ration books only stretched so far, and store shelves often sat empty. Families learned to can, pickle, and preserve. Kids helped haul compost. Neighbors swapped seeds and recipes. It wasn't just gardening, it was survival wrapped in community spirit. Even the White House got involved. Eleanor Roosevelt famously planted a victory garden on the South Lawn, setting an example for the entire country.
Fresh food, good food. Food packed with the rich minerals and vitamins we all need to keep healthy, strong, and fit.
While victory gardens eventually faded, one plant quietly held its ground. Rhubarb, the rugged perennial that modern gardening seems to have forgotten. It doesn't bloom with showy colors or grow with trendy fanfare. But for generations, rhubarb meant resilience, reliability, and reward. You wouldn't find it front and center. Rhubarb patches were exiled to the margins, behind sheds, along fence lines, or in half-shaded corners where little else thrived. And that was the beauty of it. Once planted, rhubarb just stayed. It shrugged off droughts, ignored neglect, and came back swinging every spring. Its stalks would burst from the soil like red-green spears, thick as broom handles and growing fast enough to startle them. Kids were sent out with knives or scissors and returned hauling bundles for their grandmother's pies, tart, tangy, unforgettable. But rhubarb wasn't just a plant, it was a tradition. Families passed down not just the patches, but the recipes. Jams, pies, syrups, sauces, each one a little sour, a little sweet, and deeply nostalgic. Before fertilizers came in shiny bags with promises of perfection, American gardeners relied on something far older, companion planting. It wasn't science as we know it, but it was brilliant. A garden wasn't just a collection of plants, it was a carefully choreographed community. The most famous example? The Three Sisters. Corn shot up tall and strong, offering a living ladder for climbing beans. Those beans, in turn, fixed nitrogen into the soil, feeding the corn. And squash? It sprawled out below, its broad leaves shading out weeds and locking in moisture. No tools, no additives, just harmony. But companion planting went far beyond these three. Marigolds were tucked near tomatoes, not for looks, but to confuse pests with their pungent aroma. Basil wasn't just culinary, it was a hornworm deterrent. Nasturtiums played decoy, luring aphids to their showy blooms and away from tender crops. This was hands-in-the-dirt wisdom, passed down, tested, remembered. Today, science is still catching up, uncovering how some plants send chemical messages through their roots, help or hinder their neighbors. Before the hum of refrigerators, food storage relied on one of humanity's most efficient inventions, the root cellar. Built into hillsides or buried beneath backyard gardens, these quiet chambers preserved harvest not with electricity, but with stone, soil, and a sharp understanding of nature's rhythms. Inside, the air hovered between 32 and 40 degrees Fahrenheit, with humidity near 90%. That made them perfect for storing everything from potatoes and beets to carrots and cabbage for 6 months or more. Families packed vegetables into crates.
It's heads up. Wish me luck, guys. 7 down, 2 up. It's a car. I can hear him moving around. I'm trying to blow up his fucking car. Oh yeah! Got it! It's always good to get a win, baby. It's always good to get a win. First try. Bye. I chain gunned so many idiots this round. I got that guy who just walked past me and I was like, well, this is a chain gun opening up on you point blank. This is a chain gun opening up on your car from about 50 feet. You know, it's not too fun. Chain guns. I don't know if I really would have put them in the game, really. I don't know if I would have put chain guns in this game, but I'm used to chain guns. I'm not afraid of using them. 42, 4301. Yeah, we'll go up. Yeah, we'll go. My expensive methyl ingots. 42, 4301. 4301. I didn't set this market. I've been off this market for 5 days. Yeah. Alright. Can we do anything else? Yeah, we can do more. So this was good. We're going to go back to No Man's Sky, I guess. No. God, I kind of want to go to multiplayer. I could go to multiplayer for another match. Let's go to squad fill and see what it gives me with a win, you know? Just see what happens. Borderlands 4. Borderlands 4 is on my mind a lot. This might be where the industry kind of makes its break and we do or we don't. You know, it's kind of funny. It's hard.
Or sand-filled bins, treating them like living supplies, not shelf-stable goods. Each crop had its quirks. Apples needed airflow to avoid ethylene buildup. Onions liked it dry. Root vegetables thrived in damp corners. Pickles and sauerkraut? They rested in heavy crocks that lined the floor like forgotten barrels of treasure. Some of the most advanced cellars were partitioned into zones. Humid for roots, dry for garlic, and ventilated for ripening fruits. No plug, no noise. Just physics and smart construction doing the work of modern refrigeration, often better. Rising from practical food storage to living architecture that once graced American backyards for generations, grape arbors were the perfect blend of function and beauty, structures that offered shade, privacy, fresh fruit, and seasonal drama all in one. These wooden frameworks often stretched between the house and the garden, forming green corridors that filtered sunlight and invited slow walks beneath hanging clusters. By late summer, mature vines would envelop every beam, transforming basic carpentry into a lush, fruit-laden pavilion. Families planted more than just table grapes. Concords were turned into jelly and juice. Wine grapes were fermented into homemade batches.
Well, I tossed the crown. I was like, I don't want to play 3-man. Whatever.
It was a long game. Vines needed 3 to 5
Bye.
years
It got toxic.
But once they did, they bore fruit for generations, sometimes more than a century. Planting one wasn't just about shade or grapes, it was a legacy. While grape arbors rewarded patience, asparagus took it a step further. This wasn't just gardening, it was long-term investment in future abundance. Plant it once, wait years, and reap the rewards for decades. The old saying was clear: plant asparagus for your children. Year 1, nothing. Year 2, maybe a few spears. But by year 3, the real magic began. Tender stalks would rise like clockwork each spring, delivering harvest for 6 to 8 weeks. And they'd keep coming for up to 30 years or more. Gardeners treated asparagus beds like sacred ground. They cleared the sunniest corner, worked in manure by the wheelbarrow, and spaced crowns with care. Once planted, you didn't disturb them. These were living heirlooms. Some patches became family landmarks, still producing spears planted by great-grandparents generations earlier. The oldest documented beds in North America date back to the 1800s and are still sprouting every spring. Buried beneath the arid soils of ancient gardens lies a secret modern irrigation still hasn't improved on. Known as ollas, from the Spanish word for pot, these unglazed clay vessels slowly release moisture right where plants needed it most. No tubes, timers, or tech, just physics and genius pottery. At first glance, it feels too simple to be real. A porous clay pot buried beside your crops, filled with water just once every few days. No tubes, no timers, no waste. The unglazed pottery sweats water through its walls only when the surrounding soil dries out, giving plants exactly what they need, exactly when they need it. This wasn't a recent invention, it's ancient tech. Archaeologists have uncovered ollas dating back over 4,000
I didn't know what an
years
olla was.
from the American Southwest to Han Dynasty China. Native American farmers perfected the method, growing squash, corn, and beans in brutal desert heat with minimal water. The genius lies in its simplicity. The olla self-regulates based on moisture demand. No runoff, no evaporation. Just slow, silent efficiency that can cut water use by up to 70%. It's not just sustainable, it's smart. And somehow, we left it buried in history.
Really? We don't talk about ollas, yeah.
Protection came in rows or fences. Some arrived as individual, glistening domes placed delicately over young sprouts. Cloche, bell-shaped covers of glass, ceramic, or later plastic, offered seedlings their own private greenhouse, letting gardeners cheat the season one plant at a time. Walking through a garden filled with cloche felt like stepping into a field of crystal bells. Each acted as a miniature greenhouse, trapping heat, blocking wind, and shielding young plants from frost and early season pests. The original French cloches were hand-blown masterpiece, thick-walled glass bells that stored solar warmth by day and released it through the cold night. But American gardeners were nothing if not resourceful. Mason jars, cut milk jugs, even old lamp covers were pressed into service. Form didn't matter, function did. With these tiny domes, lettuce defied snowstorms, tomato seedlings went into the ground weeks early, and herbs overwintered where they had no business surviving. It was season extension at the scale of a single leaf. In the quiet corners of old gardens, behind the sheds and beneath buzzing flies, something alchemical brewed. Gardeners stirred buckets of rotting comfrey, nettles, or fish scraps into murky, bubbling mixtures, compost teas so potent they fed entire plots, and so pungent they cleared the yard. The process was deceptively simple. Nettles, comfrey, fish heads, or any nitrogen-rich material were submerged in water and left to stew for weeks. Anaerobic fermentation did the rest. What came out was a swampy, sulfurous brew strong enough to clear a garden garden, yet plants drank it up like thyme. This wasn't just homemade fertilizer, it was alive. Rich in fast-acting nutrients, beneficial microbes, compost tea worked both above and below the soil line, feeding roots while improving soil biology in a single dose. Recipes varied by need. Comfrey boosted blooms. Nettle fired up leafy greens. Fish tea added protein punch that made vegetables explode with growth. It wasn't pretty, but it worked, and gardeners swore by it. When the harvest was in, rural kitchens didn't just store onions, they displayed them. Braiding wasn't merely practical, it was tradition. Dried stalks twisted into elegant ropes hung from pantry beams, turning humble vegetables into rustic chandeliers of sustenance and pride.
I've been chattering and not paying too much attention to what I was doing, because one or two of the old boys would have been playing trade on the street.
The technique was as practical as it was beautiful. Gardeners would begin with the largest, firmest bulbs, weaving dried tops into tight, rhythmic patterns. Layer by layer, the braid grew, part craftsmanship, part choreography. The best could stretch several feet, holding dozens of onions without snapping or bruising a single one. And these braids weren't just for show. The airflow between bulbs helped prevent rot. Any softening onion stood out instantly and could be plucked before it spoiled the rest. In a time before plastic bins and mesh bags,
really
was preservation by design. The visual impact was a bonus. Amber storage onions intertwined with purples and reds, hanging like rustic garlands above kitchen tables. They whispered a simple truth. Someone here knew how to grow and how to keep. Before grocery store berries were bred for shelf life, backyard strawberries grew like wild dreams. Heritage varieties exploded with flavor and spread with abandon, sending out runners that turned tiny garden beds into sprawling carpets of red-dotted green within a single summer. And these weren't the giant, watery fruits stacked in supermarket clamshells. Heritage strawberries were smaller, softer, and wildly flavorful. Each bite tasted like summer condensed, sweet, tangy, and intensely aromatic. Grocery store berries simply couldn't compete. The plants repaid care with generosity. Every runner that touched soil became a daughter plant, creating a self-expanding colony. With a little patience, a modest row could turn into a sprawling patch that fed families year after year. For kids, the patch was a living treasure hunt, ripe berries hiding under leaves, trails of runners leading to new discoveries, and the thrill of eating sun-warmed fruit straight from the vine. It wasn't just gardening, it was memory-making. Strawberries may have sweetened the summer, but it was herbs that carried its essence into winter. In traditional American kitchens, bundles of sage, oregano, and thyme once hung like fragrant trophies, turning rafters and root cellars into living spice cabinets. This wasn't just rustic decor. Herb drying was a vital preservation method, with roots stretching.
Enshrouded, is there a limit to how many flame altars you can put down? Two possible, wow. 6, ugh. Nightingale might be inferior in that respect. Oh, sorry, superior. I don't think Nightingale cares how many bases you make. Combat in Nightingale's good, but it's not. I don't think it's as good as this game. I like the sense of exploration in this game. It reminds me of kind of a mix of like Deep Rock Galactic and Valheim, wherein you go in down to this to the core, and it's kind of fucked up down here, and a lot of bad stuff happens. A lot of bad guys come, but you're not always there. You come out of it a lot. You know, it's okay. Yeah, like I'm out of it, and I'm seeing that the exploration's like tip top. Like you do feel like you're moving through a world. It's kind of cool. I wonder, you know, this game could use like a horse. There's a lot of stuff that it's missing. It could use like I think it has water stuff now. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in this game. Southern Caravan Camp. Oh, my backpack's full. I don't know. What do I do? I don't know. Can I teleport here? Oh, set waypoint. I don't think you can. I think you can teleport, but you have to do it when you're at home, I think. I don't know. I don't really know. I think I should go home. While one-handed axe, you know. So I want to go back home, which is annoying. These games, they've got problems. Probably because of the tech. Probably not really because of the game. It really feels like if Enshrouded and... I feel like if Enshrouded and Nightingale and what's the other one? Valheim were all the same company with all the same vision, we would have a complete game. But each one feels like 1/3 of a game or something. Like Valheim doesn't have this kind of vertical exploration. But Nightingale, there's another one too called Bellwright. Bellwright's like this game too. And it's weird. They're all like little Sandbox wannabes, and they've all got issues. And if all 4 of them were to make one singular vision, I think we would have the best game ever made. But playing the games individually, you just sort of look at what the game can't do. You don't look at what the game can do, which is amazing stuff, like building like Rust and stuff like that. And it is a good system, and it's beautiful, and it has good graphics, and you know, it plays well. But there's always something missing, and I don't know what it is. It's not that Rust brutality. It's... I don't know. I can't put my fucking finger on it. I don't think the developers can either. They're like, I know I've got a good sandbox here, but there's something fundamentally missing and we don't know what. And I think it is. I think it's some gameplay elements that needs to I don't know. It needs to sort of manifest. I try to think of cheap RPG systems like, Caves of Cud that could benefit. Like, I keep thinking that all they really need to do is make a Caves of Cud that has a huge world that's like 3D like this, but still a Caves of Cud. It's hard. I don't know what to tell the industry to do. I like these games, but they're kind of hollow and empty. Even No Man's Sky feels sort of hollow and empty to me, sort of. I don't know why either. Because the worlds are good. You know, they are good. I think I've got to put down more boxes, and one of the fundamental things that seems to break these survival guys' brains is they can't seem to, for some reason, Rust still won't do this. You can't use items without pulling them out of the box. But I mean, look at all this crap. Who wants to sort all this stupid, worthless crap? I don't give a flying fuck about this, frankly. And I come and I feed and I say, here's equivalents of everything that we have. And I go down the line and I stuff the boxes and we pray that we don't reach the end, you know? Yeah, we do. We like reach the end here. Yep. I need to cook this wolf meat because it's better. I think Once Human has a much more complete gameplay loop to it than this game does, which is weird. Because, I mean, like, jumping into the Shroud is fun, but it gets very repetitive very fast. You're, like, in the sandbox. Sure, the mobs suck and they swarm you. I think the swarming is part of the gameplay, and I've kind of fucked up by putting them on pacifist mode. I can turn down their pop aggro link, but I don't want to turn it off, and I'm going to go address that real quick. Because, yeah, I guess the swarm element of it, like Valheim, is actually kind of an element to this game. And while I like the custom settings, and I'm using them, and I really think it's one of the reasons I'm still here... Yeah, I don't want to pacify enemies. I think aggro is acceptable. And the enemy attack frequency is really high, and they like come in, and the enemy amount is many. And they kill you. Even if 500% they kill you, but the armor does feel good. the boss damage is down to 20%, but I mean, we could probably keep it at like 40, frankly. We'll just try to narrow this down a little bit. I'm realizing now that the horde elements of this game are kind of real. Like, you're supposed to get swamped by zombies. And I was using pacifist mode, which, like, from a streamer perspective, is nice and beneficial. But from like a gameplay perspective, it's poopy caca. Mithril Beast coins. Yeah, 100 of them available for 89, which isn't that good. $88. 85. Nope. 87. 88. 9. No. 9K. Oops. 89. No, it is 9K. So, like, they've raised this, and now it's a sucker's game. I don't want to pay this money. I'd rather go farm dark clusters, frankly. Like, it was okay, but I mean, yeah, it's too gougy and expensive. I'm gonna wait until it's cheaper.
Back to Colonial.
I don't know. The game's got repetitive now already. And it lacks that feeling like I'm gonna find something really crazy and really new. It's gonna get harder, which I like. It has a good combat system, and it is not like dumping XP on me. It is not. It's definitely being slow about that. It's being very slow and calculated about that. And I wonder what the end game combat might kind of be. It might actually be kind of cool. Like maybe the wand gets way cooler than it is. Maybe, like, you know, maybe the bow gets way cooler. I think there's, like, stuff in this game that's actually really shows promise. But, boy, it's a grindy game, I gotta say. It's, like, pretty grindy. Like, there's not really a reason to grind this game unless you're playing with other people. No, what did you do? You ate one. Why did you eat one, you idiot? Don't eat one. Eat this. Yeah, eat that. There we go. Food type already active. Great. Oh yeah, bandages, right? So yeah, we have a stack of bandages, but I wanna make more. I don't know. Crafting. I need torn cloth. There we go. Yes, and we will make bandages. Yep, there we go. Nice stack, a couple stacks of bandages, so I really feel like I can heal out in the wild. And we're gonna go back into the fucking shroud again. Let's see if it'll let me teleport. Oh yeah, it'll let me teleport where I want to go. I don't know where you're supposed to go. Discover the shroud obelisk, which I don't know. There's an elixir well, so let's fast travel to that and then try to reach the elixir well. Yeah, I forgot that it like gives you this tower that you're supposed to explore the world with. I forgot all about this, and it points you out south, which is sort of weird. So you get turned around when you first come in, but it is cool and strategic. I do like the game quite a lot because you're like, where do I go from here? I could go up into those like those lands and see what's in those hills. Like back there appears to be something. See that? Let's go see what that is. I don't know if I can reach that, but let's go fucking try. Yeah, there's something in the fog pit over there. Let's see if we can reach it. I don't know. Does the stam run out? Ooh, the stam might run out. Maybe I died. Oh, God, I don't know. When the stam runs out, do I just plummet? Oh, I did. I plummeted. Oh, I did, but I lived. That felt good. It felt like good. Better than Nightingale. Nightingale's controls when you're flying, or sorry, when you're hovering, or I'm sorry, when you're like falling with the umbrella, really aren't too good. They need to be responsive like this game where you can like actually move around and do things. All these games have problems. They could be really fucking amazing games. This is probably the best one out of all of them, which is sad. I don't think it's good enough to keep my attention, but it is probably the best one out of all these crappy little sandbox games that you can play forever. Like, this is like maybe a forever game I have on a private server that I can just keep playing this forever until I cap this game out. Which is fun. It is content. I get my, you know, whatever I bought this game for, 30 bucks worth or whatever. No, this pit didn't seem to actually go anywhere. Oh wait, yes it did. So we learned that it's not that hard to get up if you just use your imagination. Yeah, like the terrain. Like, I always wonder why Valheim was such a pussy. Valheim is a pussy-ass game. Compared to even, like, Deep Rock Galactic or something. They're kind of, like, pussy when it comes to the fucking terraforming. It is there, but it's, like, it's, like, a landscaping tool at best. It's not really like this, where you can just, you know, fucking carve your way up the fucking land. Now, I think I can probably get up higher. Can I get up higher? No, it's too slopey, so yeah, we will have to build a way up, but there, you can do this. You can absolutely build, like, a fucking stairway up. There's nothing stopping you. Well, your stam stops you. There's, like, a fish spot here. I want Signet, and then I'm going to leave. Stop doing this. Oh, instant warp, and I want Signet. Yeah. And I'm going to go out to Valdunia. I like her pants better than they used to be. Wouldn't mind getting Kieran's Assault. That might actually be a better fucking... That's probably a better chess piece, definitely. For her. Might buy a Kieran's and, like, yeah, I'm gonna definitely, like, pimp her out with, like, auction gear. Like, BOE epics, you know? So if you like dig into the face, it doesn't like you digging right where your face is, which is kind of dumb. Yeah, see that? See, you can't kind of. I guess I've got to kind of like smooth that there. Yep, and then I guess I can just dig a fucking hole upwards. There's nothing really stopping me from doing that. What? It keeps sliding down, which is dumb. One nice things about this is you can always get up this if you ever have to come this direction. I don't think I'll probably have to go this direction after this, but I mean, there's nothing really stopping me. Wow, this was taller than I thought. We're gonna come out like the other side. Maybe I should dig back towards the air. Nope, there's the sunlight. Nice. Nice. I really like how the sunlight comes in. It looks beautiful. That's a good use of the effects. Yep, cool. Okay, we dug a fucking hole up here. It's a flame shine. Did we already do this? I don't know. Did we do this already? I don't know. It's a flame shrine. I don't know what it means, but it's like, I can just, you know, I can go here now, I guess. I can, like, do this now. So I don't know what it means, but I'm gonna go... What the hell is this? God damn, like, where am I? Oh yeah, I'm going, like southwest to another flame sanctum, I guess. It suffers from another problem the Nightingale's got, as well as, like, you know, space engineers and a bunch of them. You know, they've all got this. There's Icarus, right? I could spend a lot of time exploring all of this handmade content. Or I could just not do that. Would I be very sad if I didn't do it? Probably not. So sort of like, I could spend all this time trying to like hands-on learn all this stuff that this developer made. But there's not really a reason to do it. I can't think of one. The combat system is kind of good, but it doesn't jump out at me like, oh, I have to get deeper. I like this system. I've got 2 points. Maybe spending points might make me feel better. There's one counting on dying for some reason. Here's a necromancer one that just summons a friendly skull companion every time you kill something. But I don't have enough points. I'll just save for that one because it just seems overpowered. And I'm going to just buy it. I'm enshrouded here. It does go further, huh? I don't know, that lava. I think this is like the way into the Flame Sanctum, yeah? I'm supposed to discover the Shroud Obelisk, and there's also like a problem with this game where you're supposed to feel like, oh, the world's my oyster, what do I do, where do I go? But that's also exactly how you feel. You're like, what do I do, where do I go? And you're like, I could follow the quest line to figure out what to do. But I mean, if the Sandbox was truly good, like Grand Theft Auto, it would just be too fun to play, and I wouldn't really have to worry about going anywhere or doing anything. In this game, it kind of cracks the whip, like you've got to go do what it tells you to do. And I don't know, it suffers from it a little bit. It's not an MMO. But I feel like it could be played as one. I think the Shroud later on probably gets really fuck nasty. Probably spawns all kinds of nasty mobs and stuff. Let's see how these wolves feel now that I turned off pacifist mode. Their combat feels good on these settings. Like Dark Souls or something. I like the melee combat. I'm going to follow it further. Yeah, I wish New World was like that, where the roll was that fast and felt that efficacious, you know? But the roll is worthless in New World. It should really feel like Moira, where if you don't want to get hit by somebody, you can roll. But you can only do it twice every 7 seconds or so. Or 10, like 10. You can only roll twice every 15 seconds or something, like WoW Monk. WoW Monk is quite fun. It's like a good Moira. It's like a primitive Moira. And yeah, like Moira is good gameplay. Look at it. This is Moira gameplay. This is Fade. It's the ability they call it in Overwatch. And it is good gameplay. Man, they're... Nice, that thing was like easy to kill. These things are level 3. But they don't have like large aggro radius. They're just there. They're like farm mobs. And like they do aggro, but you know, they're not like crazy. They're not crazy about it. Like let's see what the aggro radius actually is. Oh, did I aggro? I did. Oh, I aggroed a whole like swarm. Now, wow, I killed all of them? Yeah, I did. I killed all of them right quick, too. I like the melee combat. I wish other games had good melee combat like this. Like, I wish Starfield's melee combat was like this. I don't see why they couldn't make it like that, too. The jetpack should shoot you the fuck around. They need to redo the jetpack entirely. And they need to make it good, like No Man's Sky with a cool little mini game inside. And it should shoot you the fuck around. It should really feel like it puts some flame up your fucking ass as you shoot around like Moira or something cooler like Rocketeer. There's an older game that used to be really famous called like Rocket Knight. The jetpack should feel like Rocket Knight, where yeah, you can burn for about 5 seconds, but then you're up in the air. What do? You're fucking falling. And you do die. It's not like you have a parachute. So you got to save some gas to, like, you know, stop the jets from plummeting and hitting the ground, or you just die of fall damage and stuff. I don't know why Starfield has a bad jetpack. I think that's another, like, probably, honestly, if I was gonna do a DLC, it would be a jetpack expansion, like rethinking of flight. And when they rethink the flight of the fucking, you know, the spaceship, they need to rethink the flight of the fucking jetpack, because that jetpack is goddamn dumb. We've had better jetpacks than that jetpack since I was like 16 years old. I don't know why these developers suffer from retardations so fucking badly. I don't know what else to call it. Like, we've had good jetpacks since Tribes Ascend, which was like on the PlayStation 2 era. Why can't you mimic it and get it right? I don't understand. It seems like even Halo Infinite kind of failed at it in the last few years. The grapple hook in Halo Infinite was good, but the way they balanced it wasn't. And yeah, I do kind of need good transversal and good mobility. That's what good video games are. You feel like Zelda, or sorry, you feel like Link when you're like swiping around, teleporting around shit, and you're like, you're in your Dark Souls mode, and you're like, oh, I can move so quick. The mobility is good. The mobility in this game is good. I think I'm supposed to be using my axe. I don't know. It's faster. Yeah, the swing of the axe is faster. I suppose I should just keep going to the fucking objective, but I didn't do that. The objective I'm supposed to go to is over there. So let's just, you know, we kind of cleared our way to the Flame Shrine, and I found out where it is. I suppose I could just go do the objective since I cleared to it. This swing, it doesn't feel right. Something about the swings don't ever feel right. That swing feels terrible. But this swing feels good for some reason, which I don't really understand. Yeah, like this swing feels good. Feels great. Why does that other swing feel fucking terrible? I guess it's like a tool swing, something. Health potion. It kind of feels like that's loot, and I want to get at it, but I don't know how. Maybe I need the pickaxe. Oh shit! Where the fuck did you come from? Ah! What are you doing? Move! Move! Switch weapons! Move! Stop this now! Switch weapons. You pounded like 3 bandages, you fucking asshole. God damn it! You're so annoying. Get the right weapon on. Ah! You're so annoying. Annoying. Okay, I need to go south. Oh, what's this? Oh. Where is this wolf? Oh. I don't know, I'm starting to think like his default settings might have been better. Yeah, I mean, I can leave, but the Flame Sanctum is just right over there. I will go try and get it. You have to do this jump, huh? Yup. Oh. Nice honey and wax. I like this new world looting, but I don't know. It's good, but it always feels inefficacious for some reason. It felt good in the first times that... I'm sorry, it felt good in the first couple of years in New World. But now I sort of wonder how good it is. I should go to bed, but it's Saturday. I'm going to stay up late. I wish I had ice cream or like M&Ms or something. That house is obviously something, but the flame sanctum is either up or down. It looks like it might be up. Yeah, it looks like it's up. Let's see if I can get up this side. Nice. Okay, so you say the flame sanctum is right up there, I guess? You act like I'm standing on it, so... I don't know, I'm gonna have to look. Oh, stop. I think Tower of Fantasy played like this fairly well. And while I liked the movement in Tower of Fantasy, I just thought Tower of Fantasy was kind of one and done. You know, it was sort of popcorny. I don't know. Oh, gotta fall. I don't want to fall. I don't know where to go. I don't know. I think you're supposed to dig sometimes, and I don't really know. Like, you act like this thing is right here, but I don't see anything at all. So, I don't know. Let's go and see if I can get up over there, it looks like. Maybe I'm supposed to explore. That kind of looks fordable, like right there. Yeah, if you like dig upwards, you can probably get there. I don't know. Yeah, it's a little rough, but it looks like you could get up there. She's tired. I'm gonna let her rest. Oh, it's Shadow. Let's go get some dark clusters. Ooh, I'm tired. Can't wait for it tomorrow. I have to walk for 2 hours though, but that's okay. I'm gonna buy the liners for my shoes. I like the music of Enshrouded quite a lot. Oh. Oof. Nighttime isn't too good. Oh, we like that sound. Yep. Reminds me of Kingdoms of Amalur, which had a good combat system, but it was kind of held back by the design a bit. I like that the corpses light up. Why can't other games do that? The world isn't that big in the respect that it feels like I can just go that direction. Can I teleport here, or is it just like a spawn? I'm gonna go home now.
Well, they came to Chicago looking for one car, but found 97. Now that dive
What?
team is checking license plates and VIN numbers to find out if their haul could lead to any answers.
Their haul could
This
lead to
mangled
any answer.
Nissan is just one of nearly 100 cars the chaos divers discovered in the Chicago River.
It's not uncommon for us to find vehicles. Heck, that's what we do.
When they started their search at the Richard J. Daley boat launch near 31st and Western last week, they didn't find just one or two vehicles, but they kept combing the water, ultimately logging dozens.
A lot of these are in piles. We have 3 piles that are ranging anywhere from 12 to 19 cars in one spot.
The independent dive team
They
uses
ditch
sonar
cars in the
technology
river?
to solve missing persons and cold cases.
Oh, of course
Their
they do.
goal, to bring closure to families.
We are a little bit more.
What a wasteful culture. We'll sink 100 cars to the fucking bottom of the river so we can kill people in Chicago. It's so dumb. Yeah, I haven't seen this one, Chirac, right? The Peloponnesian War. Wow. Nick Cannon. Wesley Snipes. I can't believe it's Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon. Jennifer Hudson. Angela Bassett, huh? John Cusack and Samuel L. Jackson. It's an Amazon Studios film. Maybe it's on Prime. Oh, it's on Prime, huh? Oh, but it's like a musical. Well, okay, but it seems cheesy. I haven't seen that yet. Oh yeah, I was gonna do that one movie, right? I forgot what it is. What was I gonna watch? It was Fit for TV. That's right, Fit for TV. The reality of the Biggest Loser. Yeah. Okay, so I think I am done with this game for now. I am tired. Yeah. They want me to put down a portable refiner, which they weren't really very clear about, and they're also letting me skip stuff like getting the ship getting running and stuff, so then I wasn't really clear.